judge that game then?
If it was an RTS, it'd be way better, but it's not.
Okay.
Okay, have you played Total War?
No, I've missed out
Okay.
on a lot of the old classic strat games because I didn't get a computer until 2020.
Well, there's like new Total War, but either way,
Okay.
if you know what Total War gameplay is, it's basically the map mode of Total War without the real-time battles that make it cool.
No, you get the
Huh.
real-time battles. They have those in there too.
In
Crusader
Manor
Kings?
Lords or
No, in Mana Lords.
Oh yeah, in Manor Lords they do, but not in Crusader Kings.
so Manor Lords is kind of like Stronghold then from back in the day.
I don't know what that is, but give it a little Google. It looks pretty dope.
Okay.
Give it a peep.
Well,
Let me see if it's in early access or something. Manor Lord.
April 26th is the release date.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
dude, it's a Bannerlord game?
Wait, was I saying it wrong? Is it not Manor Lord? It's Banner Lord.
Oh,
No,
No,
I don't know
no,
what Jason. I think Jason's just punking us.
Ah, god damn it.
No,
With
isn't that
his
what Jesse
classic-
just said was fucking
Classic
Bannerlord?
Jason.
April
Manor Lord.
26th.
Oh.
this does look a lot like Mountain Blade Banner
Mountain
Lord,
Blade,
but
yeah.
better.
That's the funny thing is because there are fucking Bannerlord games too.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure they
yeah.
called it Manor Lord to try to get the Banner Lord crowd. I'm 99%
goofy.
sure
That
that
is
they did that on
actually
purpose.
That's actually fucking
Yeah.
hilarious.
The way that
I watched a
Max
video that
described
said it was
I
just
like,
one guy making the whole game.
looks
Dude.
pretty good.
Mountain Blade is still a game that I'll fucking start a new game in
Yeah.
and then play for like solidly like 3 days and be like, I'm done now.
Yeah, it really be that kind of game, isn't it? Just like
we
consumes
got
your life
trees.
straight up for
We got
3 to 5
deer.
days.
It looks like they made it in Unreal Engine 5. We got a peasant swinging at a tree and missing. All right.
Yeah, that's Bannerlord.
I just
Fucking
like that the
that's
developer
Mountain Blade
is
right there.
called Slavic Magic.
There you go, buddy. Slave magic. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. But what
But
are you
can
gonna do?
I go down and fight with my men? Like
you
in
can
Banner
watch
Lord.
them do it. It looks like.
Yeah, you can. There's supposed to be like a real like you can wage war against other lords mode.
There's
my
so much to
God,
this.
I
They be
finally have
building.
a fucking...
They be farming. There's winter.
do- it
oh,
do
here
look
we
cool.
go. We got
I'll
knights.
definitely play this.
We got peasants
It
with
looks real
shields and
cool.
arrows. Shitty arrows.
Like I
shitty
said,
shield
I would have
guys.
to buy something to play it, so I'm basically saying I'm willing to pay $500 to play that game.
That's wild, bro.
$500.
I mean, you can build a pretty good PC for $500. I bet it could play something like this.
I mean, dude, I bet you could just get it on Apple Vision Pro, so you're all set, man.
AR Manor Lords, man.
Do you
Yeah,
too
totally.
want motion sickness every time you turn your head? Buy our
Um,
$3,500 headpiece.
Apple Vision Pro is actually designed to not cause motion sickness. So...
Why does it do that then?
Yeah, I'm totally
it-
gonna jump
it
into my
doesn't
first
do that.
wearables on my
I'm gonna
face.
talk shit about
Definitely.
Apple till I die. It definitely gives you eye cancer while you use it.
Yeah,
That sounds like- that sounds like
no,
so-
no one is like, yeah, you're just putting that shit right on your face.
That
Like,
sounds-
if it's gonna
that
go
sounds
wrong,
like
it's gonna go
something that
wrong
y-
badly.
That sounds like something that you're dealing with.
You're gonna
buddy.
have the worst eyeball raccoon acne you've ever seen.
I could actually see
Oh,
that.
those tan lines are gonna be hilarious.
Bro, the dude's walking around with that shit on their face.
Ready Player
I
One
can't
style.
imagine the confidence and feeling of safety and security to walk around with a $3,500 techwear on your face in a subway.
My
Well,
thing
New York.
is,
I mean, it's
aren't
good
you
that
trying
they have,
to-
like, AppleCare on it, so, you know.
yeah, I was gonna say, aren't we trying to like limit blue light directly into the eyeballs to prevent
Not
you
these
from like
homies,
going
dog. They're out
blind?
here doing
And we're
fucking
just
Tony
like-
Stark on the fucking train, alright? They're
Yeah.
at it.
I
They're
would
about it.
never do it, man. I fucking run my computer in night mode all the time, and I'm wearing blue light glasses. I'm an anti-blue light enthusiast.
Iron Bar? What the fuck?
Well,
Jason, get in here, bro. We're all here.
yeah, I think we're all ready to go. If Jason's done playing Minecraft,
Well, okay, it's not Minecraft. It's called Muck, actually.
It's
Can I
worse, he
save
said.
this game?
It's
Can I
less in depth.
Jason, watch out.
Oh,
There's
Fuck,
a creeper behind you.
lost all my progress. I think you can't even save the game.
Promise.
the fuck are you playing it then?
It has suffered
You're about to play
Sounds-
D&D.
Because I
sounds
thought I was gonna
frustrating.
die a whole lot quicker. Okay. I thought I was gonna be dead by now. I booted it up
God
like
damn it.
20 minutes ago.
You fucker.
You guys walk in and you see Vago has apparently had a stroke and
No,
is
he
now
got
dead
worse.
on the floor.
Damn.
Max,
Alright,
I
things
do need
actually fast.
need to share this. Sorry to interrupt. You're trying to start your DM game, but
No, that's okay. I
Um,
was just messing with Jason.
so I'm not gonna back this because I don't need my backlog to get any larger.
Oh, okay.
But they have a full size Drogon.
That's
Wow,
cool.
that is pretty cool.
Plus a little castle with it, it looks like.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
So,
dope. Very
I-
cool. Nerd.
I don't.
Oh,
I
is this
don't-
the Song of Ice and Fire war game?
Yeah.
Oh, those miniatures look fucking sick, bro. How much is this? What?
you-
$600.
So that's
What?
all.
$600?
That's all in. You could get in for his low price of $80.
I'm gonna be real
That
with you,
works
homie.
for
I own
these
a 3D printer, and I am not
GoFundMes.
afraid to torrent things.
Yeah.
Is it
Um,
resin though?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't looked at it in about 6 years,
Oh, okay.
Wait, what?
or probably 4, 3 or 4.
Non-resin printers kind of struggle with printing minis, in my experience. Trust me, I've tried because I play Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, you need a resin.
You got to
printer.
get around that cost somehow.
Should really
Yeah,
start
it's-
mine up one of these days.
I've branched out into just buying used shit off Facebook Marketplace, so
There you
everything
go.
I've gotten has been like 50% MSRP.
There you go.
I feel like that's a good thing to get used. I feel like a lot of people buy it and then won't really use it.
Oh yeah, but then you
Yeah.
just end up with like 500 of the base unit, and you're like, wow, these guys are useless.
The resin printer sketches me out a bit because I read that the fumes they put out are actually like super carcinogenic. So if you don't have good ventilation, it'll just
Fuck, bro.
kill you.
Mine
Put that
has
in
like a
shit.
filter on it, a carbon
Neat.
filter.
Yeah.
Yo,
But also,
what do you
you
guys
should
think
do
about
it
the
in a
NASA one?
well-ventilated area.
Wait,
NASA's gonna build a fucking metal 3D printer for the dudes up in space.
I stopped playing my game so
That's
that
cool.
you guys could talk about 3D printers.
Are you actually ready to do stuff now?
Yeah.
Are you actually ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are
I
you
have-
fucking around, or are you actually ready?
Chandler, shut your stupid bitch face up.
All right. Well, last we left off, you guys are here in Lannisport once again. You guys went and did some shopping, picked up some items, and Eldridge met with a couple contacts, including an old familiar one.
Oh, that's right. I killed a goose.
Necessarily, for sure.
It fucking stepped up, bro.
Yeah, you guys previously sent some messages and came up with a rough plan. You spoke with Damon Blackfire, which was interesting, and he suggested you speak with Lord Rob Rain, Lord of Castamere, which is a castle you guys did pass on your way to the crag, but chose not to enter, as Squirsh was leading you elsewhere. You guys do still have your location here in the Golden Arch on Lion's Hold. You do still know that Maester Dracus is at work with his memoirs.
Can I?
We can pick up here if you guys have decided what you like to do. You were conversing as to what your next step was going to be.
Can
we
we check
ended
to
last time.
see exactly where Master Dracus is at with his memoir?
Yep, you did. The last time that you checked, he is an acolyte at the Citadel,
Yeah.
forging his chain.
All right. Can we return
So-
to
so
our...
There's an issue here that is going to happen. Is we wanted to leave to go to that other keep, but this guy is not anywhere near done where he's supposed to be done with his story, and we're gonna run the risk here of him, giving up evidence that the fucking other lord that we're fucking trying to defeat is essentially he's gonna fucking spill the beans, and then the maester here is gonna be like, no beans spilt.
Weren't we considering
Beans gonna
hiring
kill him.
Marcus for a couple of days to babysit him while we're gone?
Oh yeah, that's true. Also, what the fuck is why is this guy writing all this shit? I look over and it's just like pages of when he was a boy and like eating soup.
Make an intelligence check. Or let's just do investigation for Rickar.
Investigation. 16.
16 is pretty good for you. The random page you flip to, you can see he's describing the very first time he was having a delicious hard cider, and he was conversing late at night with Maester Mirden, who was visiting. It's the first time that he met him. Goes on for about several pages about their the first night they met, and how he thought it was interesting, and that he ultimately felt like he was being recruited.
It's almost good that he's going into this much detail, because then when we actually get the evidence, it will be detail oriented, and also it will be believable because he is writing in so much detail on his entire life.
Did you guys ask him to do this?
Write his entire life story? No.
Yeah.
Oh,
I will actually be intrigued to read the parts that he talks about his interactions with the Lord of the Banefort. Hopefully he is actually this
there-
thorough all the way through.
Is there enough paper for that?
You guys left him in a room that is almost full of paper. But Rickar, you would certainly recognize that Maester Mirden was the Maester who claimed to be at the Banefort, who you killed for 2 centuries.
He claimed
Right.
to
Yeah,
be
he was there
for
for a
2
wicked long
centuries.
ass time.
Right, and this is the private diary of occasion where he visited the Citadel to recruit another Maester specifically.
Hmm. Okay.
Another maester besides.
Which is not a usual thing. With a 16,
Yeah,
you would
still
know
though.
that Maesters are assigned to castles at random.
Hmm.
Having another Maester be sent from a castle he's already at to meet in secret with a Maester that's an acolyte to recruit them is unusual.
I wonder if they were consuming maesters to extend the life of this one.
Do you say that out
And-
loud?
How does that
Yeah.
work?
I mean, how does anything work? They had like a
Fucking flesh
foot
meatball
monster that was
Yeah.
all foots.
Yeah. it was
Can
gross.
this Marcus that you speak of be trusted?
We said
enough
it,
to not-
Marcus. How do you how do you mispronounce something that was already said?
You're not even reading it. You don't
He doesn't read.
Yeah, Marcus.
All right, Vago.
There you go.
It's
No,
definitely
no.
more
It is.
Westeros-y.
It is Vago.
Is it Vega?
I'm gonna fucking destroy you, okay, Eldridge?
No, I'll just run away. Too late.
Do we know that Marcus can do this task without being paid off by the other fucking maester who's here? Like, who can we trust at this point? Nobody. We can trust not a single person.
I do not know this Marcus very well. What do you say of his character, Rickar, Eldritch, and Nebelfirth?
I would say if the money's good and you haven't personally crossed him, he'll probably do whatever you pay him to do.
And we
Would he-
have a limited amount of money.
I'm
And
not
this
familiar
mace.
with this.
I will
Marcus.
let you know that this man operates in the multi-tens of thousands of gold per job
Well,
sort of range.
I don't know.
I would
about
say it
that.
would probably depend on the difficulty of the job. I think if we merely give him a few hundred gold to just stay in town and keep an eye on this maester, and he has
That's-
provided
it-
sufficient drink, perhaps that will be enough.
He
I
loves
don't
We
to
could
think
drink.
that-
try, but
I-
it just
I
depends
don't-
on what his current opportunities are.
I
That's
don't
true.
think that the maester's safety is in question here. I think that the information that the maester is about to write down is the important thing.
Are they
Okay.
not one and the same?
Well, right. So we could just have
Well-
him protect the kid and the books.
Under our control, yes, but under somebody who focuses more on dragons than they do on a task at hand that they are not getting paid for, I don't think Marcus really has a stake in the matter here.
Can
what
I
what I'm
like?
saying is, no matter what you guys choose to pay Marcus, he could easily be paid tenfold off by
Right.
any
right.
maester here.
And there
Um,
are plenty, if they're talking
would
about
he-
the Banefort as a provider, would have the
Would
money
he-
to outpay us.
Would he recount on a job if he was offered a higher some
That's what
by
I'm
an
gonna
opposing force.
trying to ask
Ooh,
Max.
That's a good question.
Any mercenary I feel like would do that.
Max,
Not
do we
Marcus,
have a
actually.
gauge on? Because we like traveled with him for like a while. Do we have a gauge on his
He,
honor?
you definitely know that Marcus was well thought of in the Riverlands, with a positive reputation for completing tasks.
Yeah, Malik
he was
would.
he was a fixer.
remember
He
that.
would do things. There was one interaction that you had with the
The witch.
witch, where he did not directly want to commit either way.
But that's only because he had like a working.
He had a tenuous agreement with her to basically not fuck with each other.
Yeah, exactly.
I-
So I feel like
Out
he's
of game,
Super
Shen
honorable.
doesn't know this, but out of game, like Malik remembers, like Marcus was very much like, I'm gonna do the job I was paid to do, no matter what.
Yeah, I'm gonna
But
inform that
that's
to the
a
rest
small sample size. I feel like that is just that one like yeah, you're not gonna fuck with a woods witch
Well,
because the
here's
woods
the
witch
thing, though,
has
bro.
power to offer as well. We're
Here's
just a
the
bunch of
thing.
fucking
You
dudes.
never really know a person, so it's always a gamble when you try to trust someone with an important task behind your back.
of. Yeah, what's
Right,
the
so
other
do we-
side of the
So
coin?
do we want to trust potentially giving up the only form of evidence that we truly have
what's
to indict the
What's the
Well,
alternative?
what's better, trusting Marcus or just leaving him alone and then there's
Yeah.
nobody to stop it? Like, at least with this, there's the barrier of like,
chance,
you
yeah.
have to bribe Marcus and then you have to get Marcus to accept the bribe, versus you just go get him. You know?
It's not that I'm against trying the Marcus thing. I just think either way we're kind of fucked with that situation if we leave this guy.
Okay, so I
And
agree,
I'm not
but
I'm
I
not
think
saying
it's
that we
better to
can't
try
do it.
than not.
Yeah. Also, like,
Sure.
another thing that we could do is just not have this guy right or bring him with us, but that's impossible almost.
If we bring him with us, he will be in far more danger than
Exactly.
if he
Oh,
stayed here.
for sure.
Exactly.
He might get face fucked to death.
Do we know where Marcus is?
In town.
He
soon.
was at a brothel over where that place was that I was at. He might still be
God.
there.
That fucking Marcus.
Yeah, he was at Fanny's.
Yeah.
You know that he was going to stay in town for a little bit and then head back to Fair Market was his plan. But he certainly seems to have some money to spend.
And
Yep.
what would be the goal of to go to the Rains? That is the next place I would be going to, right? Is the Rains?
Damon Blackfire said we might be able to find some support against the Lord of the Baneford if we go to House Rain. He said that he trusts the Lord of that keep and that he's a honorable and just man and wise.
Yeah, and you guys also figured from this map here that is pretty much one of the few houses close to the Baneport lands whose lord has not recently had some sort of tragedy.
And that's the Rain Spicer one.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like
Yeah, this map's
is,
just a little too new.
I feel like I understand the protocol here, sure, but I feel like this is just a matter of delaying the inevitable that we go back to the Banefort and have a confrontation there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but also we're trying to understand the whole story versus just kind of going in and taking the Banefort, the Lord of the Banefort's word for it, and also, or just killing him, and just.
I feel like whatever we do should be under the lens of attempting to gather more evidence of the Lord of the Banefort's misdeeds. If that includes an attempted bribery or coercion of Lord Rain, okay.
That's more
But
information.
the dude's making flesh meatball monsters. This is not a dude that's gonna be telling us the truth if it suits him ill.
Yeah,
You know?
I want to hear
So
from other people.
I'm not saying this to change your opinion on what to do next, but simply point out that to reiterate the fact that if we leave this guy writing down this evidence, that is then releasing potentially a point of evidence that we have.
Okay.
So if we're going at this from collecting evidence,
yeah. It's
You see what I'm saying there?
We can't ignore
just
the
collecting-
current situation either. You know, are you
Right.
saying you want to sit here and watch him while he writes his life story out? Or
No,
would you like
I'm-
to try to reiterate some instructions to him?
We
so
can
he
put him in
speeds
a
up the
secret,
process?
like inn or something like that. Disguise him and
You want to try to hide him?
hide him in an inn. Yeah,
If we hire Marcus, I doubt much of anything, by my view of the man, will do harm to him.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
will say that the guy we're talking about probably could get smacked by me and he would die. So, unless Marcus hides him in a closet, a arrow, a shot, a fucking angry little flea could kill this guy.
We
And we have
barricade him in the windows and have the Maester's tower guarded by the Lannisters.
okay.
Put
You
Marcus
guys
in the
definitely
room.
know that the spot that he's in right now is a heavily fortified. The guard of Lannisport lives in this building.
Okay. Okay. So if we have a Marcus in the room with him, while we're gone, that would probably be the safest thing then.
And we don't
Marcus
have
in
to
the
worry
room,
about the
barricade
Lannis,
windows.
the Lannis port
Lannisters?
guard.
Lannisters.
We don't have to worry about the
No.
guard.
They seem to have no love lost for the Banefort.
Okay,
That's
but
interesting.
also this guy's telling the story of that, which might implicate the Bane Fort.
They would have to read through about 1,400 pages to get the implication across. And I don't know any guards that are going to want to sit and read this guy's life story
He's a
about
pretty
what
good
dinner he
writer,
had.
actually.
I didn't really, didn't necessarily
His
mean the
prose
guard,
is not bad.
the guard as in like the
Max, how many
guards,
pages was that
but,
one
like,
dinner?
whoever's
That-
commanding the
a
guard.
couple.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You
well-
don't. There's no way you can know that for sure.
All right, I'm gonna go
I-
find an inn, a secret inn, and we'll just disguise him and put him in there, and then send Marcus there as well. Right? Does that work?
Plan, I'm in.
Either that, or again, we can keep him here.
I would say leave him here. He's
Okay.
already sitting on top of a guardhouse, and we just have Marcus barricade the windows and stay in the room with him. All he's got to do is eat and drink.
Again, my worry is about the guards of the guardhouse. Like
They
whoever
still have
command,
to go- they still
whoever
have to go through
commands the
Marcus.
guards can be like, hey, we don't want this guy writing this. Fucking kill him. And
Yeah.
Marcus.
You know personally the captain of the city guard is Sir Lucian Lannister, who is your contact here.
Okay.
And it basically runs the city, and he is in charge of the entire city watch.
So we know he won't do anything.
Well,
As
I
anybody
mean,
else,
you know
I
who
would
is in
believe
charge of
something.
the city watch.
Right. Okay.
I think if we are going to put Marcus in guard, then let's get that done, because again, I'm under the impression that this is all going to wind up with the same outcome no matter what we do anyways.
A direct confrontation with the Lord of the Baneford.
Yes.
I
So
agree.
the quicker that we can do that and stop kicking this down the street, I think that is the best.
How much should we offer him?
How much we got?
I just made 4,500 for not killing the correct goose, so I could offer him that.
You think that 500 gold pieces
No, 4,500.
and a keg of ale would be sufficient?
Oh
Seems
yeah,
like-
probably.
Yeah. I mean, if we
It
say,
is not a difficult job.
yeah, exactly. Stand here, make sure he doesn't do anything crazy, and nothing crazy happens to him. Sit here and drink, as you know.
As much as this 5,000 gold will get you.
I mean,
We're
if
going
you
to
get
offer him 5,000 gold?
jeez.
I mean, I was gonna offer him 4,500.
I mean, 500.
Why are
I
you
think
going
is-
to pay him that much?
Why?
That is a lot of money.
I mean, he just made a very handsy sum delivering some dick pills to a noble, so why not?
But he knows us. Like, I feel like he'll take a little bit of a discount.
It is a
Okay.
babysitting job. It is not
Yeah, exactly.
to hunt down a monster.
He didn't hunt down a monster. He made a trade with a fat noble.
Whatever some
I
amount of money
Believe
you
that
offer,
he retrieved that horn himself.
No,
Also,
he won it, or
okay,
not, he
Here's
won
the
it. He
thing.
got
Here's the
it
thing.
in a
All
trade
jobs are
from the
different.
fat guy.
Okay. He's not gonna not take another job because it's just less money.
whatever sum of money you offer him, you should offer him half now and half when the job is completed correctly.
I mean, if it's just
That's a good idea.
500, then I feel he's good for it.
Okay, we can start with 500 and go from
It's a
there.
trust
I just
thing,
feel like
right?
4,500 is harder to outbrad. It makes it so that it has to be a specific class of person that can outbrad us.
If you want to give
But,
away all of your
uh,
money, Eldritch, that is your business.
Oh, it's not all my money.
I didn't think about that.
But We also decided Marcus probably wouldn't betray us over money if he accepts the job in the first place.
Yeah, I don't see.
So yeah, I'm gonna head towards Fanny's if anybody wants to come with me, and we'll see if we can pick Marcus up.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll go
rolling.
too.
I will go to Fanny's to see this Marcus that you speak of.
Oh my God, he got the name right!
It's actually Marcus.
Yeah, I'll go to this Fanny's.
Oh, Mark
Where-
Goose is dead across the side of a wall somewhere.
What about the
Where-
maester?
Where?
Yeah, we
Is
should
Is
probably
everyone
use somebody
going?
to keep an eye on
I
the
mean,
kid,
I'll
yeah.
go because I actually know him.
All right, I will stay. I will stay.
I feel
You guys can all
good
go.
about having the superhero monk that can fly and shoot flames watch over our.
Our witness.
Yeah.
Have you met Marcus before, Shen?
Yes, I met him when I was accompanying Eldritch on his job earlier.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I suppose it is my turn then to meet Marcus.
Yeah, why not? He's a
You might.
fun guy.
You
Oh,
may
you-
like him, Vago. From
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
you
you'll
may
get
even like
along
him.
really well
Don't
with him.
don't punch him in the face first thing, please. That will not go well.
Well, are we going to have many, 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 many drinks with him today?
No.
Well, that's the
We're
thing. I
on a
mean, if you
mission,
do,
Vago.
he's the
Then
type
I
of
would
person.
not- Then I would not randomly punch somebody when it is not needed.
Okay. Cool.
If
Away
we
go.
do end up having a lot of drinks with him, I feel like he's the type of person that would love to have like a slap challenge with you.
That I could see.
This is
Sla-
And
slapping is
forward.
for maidens, Ricard.
Not if you're trying to knock each other out.
Yeah, not his slaps.
I've seen him slap a man to death.
Yeah, he slapped me
That's
on the
the
back once, and it was sore for like 5 days.
Saw him slap a troll to death.
And
Exactly.
do that.
You guys can easily make your way out of the Lion's Hold into Lannistown, down near the Golden Sept into the market, which is still very busy. Like I said, very, very busy with commerce. A lot of goods changing hands, a lot of food, a lot of products. And you managed to find your way into the sketchier part, where the Golden Goose looks like it's picking up a little bit, and the nondescript, pretty much just plain brick building that has a back entrance of Fanny's.
Where is
Um,
this Marcus hail from exactly?
You have
I
to
feel
get in
like
the
I
back
talked
door to
with him and
Fanny's.
Shen about it. I thought it was like Essos or something.
Yeah, I
thanks,
think
thanks,
he's from
thanks
Essos.
for getting my.
He's from Essos. I asked him what city he was from, and he laughed at me and called me funny.
Not
I don't know
Um,
what city he's from.
You guys approach a guard. Seems like he's doesn't seem really stressed out. He sees you guys coming. How's it going?
Hey man, how are you?
Nice
Easy
evening.
day?
Money's good.
All right, I tossed him a copper. We're gonna be heading in now.
How about your friends?
And I go, well, if you want to try to shake them down, you're welcome to, but it might be the last thing you do. And I head inside.
He knocks on the door, and a small halfling opens the door and lets you in, Eldridge. Then the guard nods to him, and he slams it shut. Looks at you guys.
Looks at me.
I look back at him,
What do you
blanking,
want? Money?
Big dude.
staring blankly.
You watch Eldridge flip him a copper.
I give him a silver.
There's a special knock on the door that's obviously
Oh.
different than before. It opens up, and this little halfling has two little beers here ready for you guys. Eldridge, you watched him pour those real fast, and you guys are in. And...
Oh, I don't know if I would have seen that. I headed straight for the bar to see if I could find Marcus.
All right, fair enough. Well, you do see Marcus, and the rest of you guys walk in, and let's just put you here and put Shen on the map too. There he is.
Uh-oh, the
There.
brothel.
Okay.
Where are all the girls?
And you guys
Love fan
are
videos.
in Fanny's. You do, as you guys walk in, hear some distinct warming up of vocals and some movement, some dancing. You hear another individual giving what appears to be some feedback as it seems like they're getting ready for the show, as the evening is getting on.
Swear to God, if I hear one "Hey Nani," I'm gonna fucking hit
Hey,
As we
Nani,
walk
hey,
in, I
Nani,
want to be
hey.
like, Marcus,
Different
I'm
class.
back. I brought friends,
Different class.
new and old.
Oh, Eldridge. Oh, 7 else is Ricard, Forest Child.
Yeah,
Good to
still
see you.
alive.
And
You
then
are
right
still
here,
alive, little taller too. You must have some. You must finally have some curlies, huh?
I got a couple.
Mm,
and
good
I'm
for you,
proud to
lad.
introduce Sir Ebelfirth, chosen of the seven,
Oh,
and
did
Vago.
we meet before? You look terrible if we did.
No, no, we have not met prior.
This
Mm.
guy has saved my life way too many times. And then I point to the giant human thing, maybe a Goliath, maybe a human, Vago, and I say, this giant piece of meat is Vago the Hurricane.
Let me see real quick.
Like a big
Oh, you're as
barrel-chested
Kurt. You're as
stare-down
Kurt
here.
right now.
Pulled into some silent spaces.
Oh my God, what the hell?
Are they from the same place, bro?
Probably from the same fighting pit.
That'd be so funny if they knew each other.
Him and Marcus.
He knows Marcus's real name.
Oh my god. Long lost brother, dog.
Vago told me he was from what the hell city was it?
Bravos,
Look at the map.
right?
I know. No, he's not from Bravos. I know where it is on the map. I just don't remember the name. Hold on. Lorath.
The rest of you guys here, or you see, Marcus slap Vago's back, and say something in a guttural tongue, slowly, and he seems to be amicable. And he looks at the barkeep and goes, "We need horns of ale, not to be empty."
It's
is
gonna be
this-
one of those
they
times.
speak giant?
Slams a golden dragon on the table.
I will.
Yes, Ricard. Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's it. I was just curious.
Vago,
I've heard
do you
that
know each
before,
other?
but don't know what they're saying.
Say that again, Sir Elbafirth.
Vago, do you know each other?
Well, we do now.
Yes, we are going to drink. And we are going to get late.
Well,
Isn't it like first thing in the morning, Max?
I think we left when it was at late at night.
yeah, we definitely haven't long rested since I killed that goose.
Yeah, I still haven't
Oh.
been able to fly yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's I mean it's not super late, but it's like, probably 10.
Yeah, so I'll put a fucking gold dragon on the table and say double for me and Marcus.
The barkeep's eyes like go wide, and it seems like he is that seems like that's the most money that he's gonna see tonight. He quickly grabs it and he scurries out of the room, and he comes back with
Every
another
girl in the
bartender.
establishment.
Another bartender. He wants to make sure your guys' drinks are never empty. You guys would probably notice a couple just insignia around here is that this is a no ladies section of this brothel. So,
So
a
I
special
will-
separate drinking area just for the men.
I'm gonna drain the horn in one go. And then say, so Marcus, what is the celebration for?
Celebration?
Is that not what this is? And I hold the horn up.
Oh, this is reuniting of good friends and much gold in my pocket.
You know, it's hard enough to find good times these days. I spent some
Hey.
time as a meatball, and it was not fun.
The meatball.
A meatball is very delicious, but I would not want to be one.
No, it's not fun. It's not.
Well, you might die on next job, so may as
Drink
well
now, right?
live. Yes.
You never know what tomorrow brings.
Indeed. Hopefully more gold.
That's actually gonna help finish my tankard again. That's actually what we came to talk to you about.
Ah. Yes, you guys have actual job now, or are you still doing nondescript king stuff?
Nondescript king stuff, but for you, my friend, we have an offer. Simple job. We just need you to watch over this kid who's writing a book or two while we're gone. When we get back, job's over.
Yes, kid?
Yeah, he's like a former maester, current maester or something.
Little boy?
Nah, he's probably, what, max, like 15, 20, somewhere in there?
No, yeah, he's definitely in his late 20s at the youngest.
Okay. I call him a kid because he's mostly useless, but probably late 20s.
And I'm just gonna behind Eldritch and be like, it's the lack of tongue.
Yeah, he can't talk.
Oh, you cut out his tongue?
No, somebody else did that before we got there.
Okay.
It's a
What
maester
is,
thing, I think.
why you need me? Why not anyone with sword?
Because we trust you, and you, sir, are not to be fucked with.
This is true.
So put those two together, and we're willing to pay you a good bit to make sure this kid and his works, the books, are not tampered with. All
No
you
one
gotta
touch
do is
kid,
hang
no
out
one
with
touch
him.
book.
Yeah. All you gotta do is hang out. You can buy yourself some booze, just fucking pass the time with him. But we gotta make sure him and the shit he's writing does not get fucked with.
Does
He's
not
writing a
seem
lot.
very hard.
No,
But
it shouldn't be.
I think that the hard part that Eldridge is leaving out is that some of the people who might try to get that book are other maesters.
I feel like that wouldn't be very hard. But yes, you do. That's why we're hiring you, obviously, is we do think there is risk involved.
Where is Maester?
I will describe the guard captain thing that he's stored in, the guards area.
Or the Meester.
Lion's Holt is safe place, no?
Well, that's the thing. The secret king shit we're doing and means we can't exactly trust everyone. And you, sir, come from our past, where we can trust you. Before all this bullshit.
Yes. I will do this thing, and I will make sure nothing happens to Book or Maester, and I will not trust anybody, and I will not tell anyone a thing.
See, this is good, Marcus. What would
I
you
will
what
do
would you think
this.
is a fair asking price for that kind of job?
Oh, well. For friends. How about just favor for favor later?
I could be amicable to something like that.
I'm going to be in town. I don't mind sitting in nice, warm Lion's Hold.
There's
For
definitely
one
worse
day.
places to sleep.
One day? Or how long?
Nah, what are we thinking, guys?
Maybe 2.
Well, yeah, he's prolific with his prose. So,
Yeah, but how long are we?
Well, how long till we
gone
get
and
back?
'Cause
Oh,
he
I
I
doesn't
can't
leave the
imagine
garden-
we'd be gone for more than 2-3 days.
Hopefully
It's
we
about
leave
yeah,
tomorrow
it's a little
morning
over a yeah, it's about a day to get to Castamere.
And then we're gonna teleport.
yeah, but it might be like a week before we get back.
Even with the teleportation circles?
No,
Yeah,
you could get there. I mean, you could get back very quickly. You could get there in a day. You could get back in an instant, if well, in a couple hours, because you got to go to Pickleton Lands. But yeah, would
So,
only
maybe-
take it would take less than 2 days round trip if you use the portals.
but that's if we decide to go directly back here instead of to the Banefort directly, right?
Correct.
What
I
the
would
big
say-
But
thing
that's
be?
assuming that
Oh,
that's assuming
well-
everything goes as planned.
To teleport to the Banefort, we have to come back here anyways, right?
You know that there is a portal from here to Banefort Lands.
Is
Well,
there a
so-
portal from where we're going to Banefort Lands?
Where you're going is very close to the Westerling lands, but you don't know that for sure. No, you know the Westerling lands. There are multiple portals.
Yeah, there is a
Give you
portal
back
that goes to
the
the
map.
Stump Hub in the Westerling's Keep, and then there is a portal from the Stump Hub that goes to the Banefort.
So we could just portal out of the
Right.
Westerlings to the hub, out of the hub to the Banefort.
Right. All we need to do
Okay.
is go back to that Maester in the Westerling Keep and go back into that box, and that'll take us back to the Stumps.
Okay.
So safe to say 3 days, and then Sir Ebelfirth will call if an extension is needed.
Yeah, I'll say that we'd be gone about 3 days, and then if something comes up that would delay us, we could message you directly into your brain, so you wouldn't have to worry about ravens or anything.
And of course, overages would be compensated beyond the favor. We know your time is valuable.
I am willing to help old friends. It is hard to find people that you trust these days.
Indeed, it really is.
I would say it is even harder to keep them.
Alive too, honestly.
Yes, they
Keep
do
them and
usually
keep them
die.
alive.
That's true.
It's hard life out here sometimes, Marcus.
Yes, especially the ones that are soft and squishy. And he just kind of motions backwards to the commoners playing cards. They die so fast.
They do.
nice.
They really do. I heard tale of a guy who threw a rock at one just to see what would happen, and they fucking died.
I believe this.
Well, you guys have had some people die from your group, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Were they,
he was
were they
friends with
stopped
one
and
of them.
squishy?
Squishier, I would say, than us.
Yeah,
Your
Marcus knew that one very well. He actually,
Yeah.
Marcus, how did that go? You buried
you
him,
you were
or
going to commit him to the waters or something?
Yes, I put him in the river.
All right. Think that's what he wanted?
that's absolutely what he
He
wanted.
goes to ocean for seagull wet man.
Yes, that does sound about his speed.
Seagull wet man.
Ooh,
It's
Yes.
a long
was-
story, but he was my favorite nefarious friend.
He was interesting dead companion as well.
Really? What was interesting about him?
I felt he was reaching
Reaching?
out to me.
Huh. How
It was
so?
many days just me and his corpse though.
Things do get a little weird when you hang out with a corpse for a while.
It's interesting.
this your previous.
You got another word you want to say there, Elbelford?
Yeah, was this your previous? I'm gonna think of my general role and just be like, healer seems appropriate, but
he was
loosely,
previous
he would do
bastard
that.
is what he was.
Yeah, he was more of a wet, melty of flesh kind of guy.
Oh, I liked him. He had special tricks he could do, and he used them for not good things, which is funny.
So you have hung out with these flesh monsters before? Is that what I'm hearing, Eldridge?
No.
He would also try and drown you.
He had a thing that would like
You
turn
hang out-
somebody's flesh into like a big old wound. It was super gross.
That sounds exactly like you are describing what we have defeated already.
I guess, but those are also more like if you took a bunch of parts and mashed them together as well. And he
And-
didn't do that.
And Ricard, what did you just say that he could do?
He would
Try to drown
not
you?
drown you necessarily, but like when you were like lying on the ground and like dying, he would pour salt water in your mouth. It was fucking weird. Dude was weird.
Yeah,
You
he
were
did
hanging
have
out. You were
some
hanging out with.
religious types.
You were hanging out regularly with somebody of the water.
I don't know, but he was always wet. He did say, what was it? What did he used to say? What died?
Day is wet and full of sadness.
The day
thank you, Max.
Did he ever call upon a species called the Squishers?
I think so.
I don't think so.
Eldridge, that would definitely trigger your memory of the last time you were in Lannisport when you put out the previous Ironboard raid, and some dude yammered to you about squishers for probably 20 minutes.
I don't remember that at all, Max.
Eldridge would remember it.
What else did that have to do with?
Nothing until you guys got boarded by creatures that Yan dude seemed to have described to a T.
And what
Yeah,
were
we killed a
they
lot of.
like?
They were fishmen.
Sea monsters.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were
Okay.
very much chthonic style fucking.
Yeah,
That was
seems
the-
like
that was
some
the voyage
absolute
from
sea.
hell.
Yeah, sea monster.
We got
priests.
attacked literally every single day we were on that boat.
I was not there for that.
Yeah, you were, and you avoided one attack
You
specifically.
were there for the first leg of the journey, and then we left you behind on the.
Eldridge, do you
for the next
recall
one.
giving a sword and then taking it back from I want to say
Someone ate it or some shit.
an entity?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
On the island?
Yeah, I do remember that.
I never went
Yeah,
down
so I didn't forget, and I think someone else probably didn't forget.
there.
Yeah, I did do that. That might have been my
so-
bad again.
But anyway, so on that trip, you encountered what were probably squishers.
Okay,
At least
so
what
I
that
will-
dude thought was squishers.
I
and you
will
would remember
convey
that.
to Vago that we have encountered those and killed a bunch of them. But I don't believe Sir Aelric, that was his name, right?
Elric. Yeah.
He was not there. He was dead
yeah,
already.
Yeah,
He was
he had
dead.
already passed. So I don't, and he had never mentioned those things to me, right? Elric had never
No,
mentioned
he had never
squishers to me.
spoken to you about squishers, or really much. Didn't really go into a lot of detail about his Ironborn.
Honestly, one of my
heritage.
favorite things about him was that I didn't know much about him.
Thanks. Probably safer. For
I didn't
everyone.
want to know anything about him.
Probably safer word is accurate.
No, and I'm just gonna look at them all and be like, knowing Ironborn is not necessarily a thing I look forward to. So,
Sorry, we're gonna have to kill more of them, but I don't know how good of friends he was with the rest of the Ironborn.
I
It was in the
amenable.
middle of the continent, so
Not the most friends with them.
seemed pretty out of place.
yeah,
But Marcus is going to proceed to get blindingly drunk, and he's going to drink a lot. Like, it's Andre the Giant style. Like, it's probably 50 beers.
I will be
I'll sleep in the
drinking
hallway.
equal amounts as
Going for beer for
Marcus.
beer?
I'm just gonna be like,
Yeah.
drink,
Hell yeah, dude.
drink.
Yeah, and he's just going to wait, and then the show's going to start, and he's going to stumble in there if you guys are still around, or if you guys want to go back, that's also a thing.
I'm
But
gonna stay with him just to make sure he doesn't like forget to show up tomorrow.
Is there more people in the bar at this point?
no, but there are some people that you've heard come in and have gathered in the room next door that are going to be basically watching the show.
Is it safe to say that we have had a lot to drink at this point?
It's safe to say that
No,
you've
I
had an
haven't.
enormous amount to drink at this point, with these guys not letting your cups get empty.
That's good. That's
I'm gonna
good.
take that opportunity to get the fuck out of this bar because I can hear the maiden just crackling, just disapproving stare in the back of my skull.
Angry
Um,
static, bro.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go check on our maester friend and then go to bed.
I am going to see what it would take to have a lady for the evening.
Wouldn't take much.
I want a good one that has the least amount of warts possible.
It's gonna take you a silver.
That's okay. I will
Needs
mark
to have
a
at
whole
least half
silver
her
away.
teeth.
Yeah. Not a problem.
I know what part of town I'm in.
We're about
will-
to die, right? We're gonna die soon.
Here
I'll
comes
go-
the itch.
I'll go back with Sir Elbow for it, I suppose.
All right.
I don't want to have to punch people in that show.
Cool. So yeah, let's say Eldridge and Rickar and Marcus watch the basically burlesque style striptease that the ladies put on as their performance. Bunch of super not creepy dudes around. Definitely smells like everyone showers every day for sure.
Mm. The best part
Eldridge
of
goes
town.
off with one of the ladies. You actually make your way through, and there's like a loungy area with like someone playing on the harp and just like a couple curtains, and then there's another doorway, and there's like actual doors and rooms and stuff. Rickard, you can hang out with Marcus. You can go back and whatever you want to do. We can yada 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 to the long rest if you guys want.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna go up and check on Shen and see how he's doing.
Okay.
In the where the Maester is
yada,
writing
yada,
that
yada.
book is kind of the Maester's room with all of the other books that he has, right?
No, so it's this. So this is a large city, and they have a lot of money. So they have the Maesters have an entire tower that is on one of the corners of this huge fortress, which is in the center of Lannisport. It's very nice, but the Maesters have Maesters rooms. The Rookery is at the very top, but this particular Maester room, which basically takes up a whole floor of this drum tower, is full of loose leaf paper, inks. The windows, they stay closed. The torches are all covered in glass. Their lamps is very specific to this is where things get written. Maester Daniel is very peculiar about his paper setup. And he would probably be in there still when you guys enter, watching Maester Dracus.
Max,
Yeah,
am I
I'll-
in a library?
It's not a library. It's like a writer's station. This
There's
is
no
where
books.
people they copy manuscripts. There are books here, but they are frequently moved out once they're completed. They're drying, pages drying, but yes,
Okay.
books are not held here. Paper
There's
is
no point in me looking for books.
correct.
Okay. I'm chilling then.
Yeah, I'll still go and go up to Shen. Go up to where Shen is. And
Greetings, Vago. How did it go?
I'm gonna lean in really close and say,
Get down, Shen.
Marcus was quite fun. We drank
He's-
we drank a lot.
Breath is
see.
probably so good.
You seem to be in good spirits.
Well, that is the problem, Shen. And then I'm going to point quite aggressively at.
I'm gonna flinch and go to like block a punch.
at Maester
the dodge action.
at Maester Daniel, and then slowly turn my head to him.
And I'm just like I'm in like a fighting stance. Just like, are you all right, Vago?
What? Why are you pointing at me?
How many horses are here now?
No, no.
Let me get my journal.
Is Vago about to eat a horse?
Currently, by my most accurate count, 2,756 horses in Lannisport.
You're a smart guy.
14 died today.
That's a lot actually.
It does seem
It's
like
not
a lot.
that many.
Oh, how many normally die in a day?
Well, I mean, the horses are being trained all the time. They break a leg, they get executed in the yard. That's how it goes.
How many horses are born a day?
Born a day? Well,
Yeah.
let's see. Today it looks like there were. Oh, looks like we didn't have any foals today, actually, which makes sense. It is
that normal?
autumn.
Is that average?
Well, I mean, this isn't the best season for horse breeding.
Are you not
Spring and
concerned
summer?
that at this rate you will run out of horses?
Well, horses are always entering the city. We had 48 arrived just today.
Oh, that's good. How do you have
At
spies?
At this
I
point,
have
I'm
one
gonna like
very dedicated spy.
I'm gonna like cup Shen's mouth and say, my turn. Maester Daniel, you are a smart individual. You must know a legend of somebody who is so angry that they are the strongest ever. Surely you know that.
Legend that they are the strongest ever.
Because of how
Um,
angry they are.
Oh, just of angriness. Well,
There must be some way to harness one's anger and make them smarter or stronger.
Well, certainly there are ways to get stronger for your rage. Argalac Stoneskin raged outside the walls of Old Town until his skin turned to stone.
Hmm.
Sounds like a bad time.
And how did he do that?
Well, he was very angry as Lord Hightower stole his bride. How he saw it.
Hmm.
Some say she loved him not.
Well, it sounds like he was a fool and misled then.
Perhaps, but no one could touch him in battle.
Hmm.
They sent many waves, and outside the walls he stayed.
And how did he get this gift?
Well, his skin was made of stone.
Well, not everybody's skin is made of stone, Maester Daniel. You know that.
I think that is why it's a story they wrote down, Vago.
Do you have that story?
Well, it is an ancient tale, Age of Heroes.
Tell it to me.
I just told it to you. Lord of the High Tower held a tourney, which the maiden was the prize. Argalac Stoneskin was easily the victor. No one could stand before him. Yet the maiden still stayed with the High Tower. They closed the gates and he raged outside for years.
And he was not bested in battle for years.
Never.
Hmm. Is this from magic? Did magic do this?
This is an old tale. It's hard to be certain. But some say he had magic armor. Some say he was just very powerful. Some say he was very quick, strong. But all agree he was never defeated.
Hmm. Do you know how to do this, Shen? Turn your skin into stone.
Let me see if I can make up something like that. I cannot turn my skin to stone per se, but I do have the ability through great concentration to perhaps temper my body against the elements for a time.
I don't think that is quite it. And then I will... I will turn to... I will turn to Maester fucking Dracus. And slightly interrupt what he's doing. And give him a new piece of paper and a writing utensil. Despite the fact that I'm sure he already has one in hand. And say, you! And I point to him very sternly. Write down how to make one's skin stone. You know how to do it.
Vago,
I turned to-
apologies, but I do not think that Maester Dracus possesses the knowledge that you seek.
Starts writing immediately.
Oh, perhaps I am mistaken.
You see he's going very much into depth about how he has achieved multiple silver links for his research into grayscale.
Oh.
Which is accurately describing your body physically turning into stone.
With my knowledge of medicine, I'm just going to assume I know about grayscale. I'm going to see that, say, Vago, apologies, but I do not think that you want your skin to turn to stone in the manner that he is describing.
I'm gonna rip the paper away from him then and say, forget it. Continue your tale. And then
I'm just shrugged all around.
Perhaps, perhaps it is time for you to turn in for the evening, Vago. You need to be strong if you are to kill people tomorrow. which we will most likely have to do after we leave town.
I'm going to lean into Shen again. And this time I'm going to rage, and I grip my fist.
Oh.
And I say, you know as much as I do, Shen, that I am strong, no matter what.
He's so angry.
Apologies, I did not mean to imply otherwise.
And I'm going to leave the room and slam the door just hard enough to make a ruckus, but not hard enough to break anything.
Okay.
Proof that Vago was in fact a teenager at some point.
I'm gonna sheepishly rub the back of my head, and I'm just gonna say apologies to the two maesters.
And after not too long, it is pretty much time for everyone to retire. The maesters also have to sleep. Maester Daniel offers Maester Dracus a place in the tower. And you guys can certainly head back to your rooms that you already have reserved for you.
I'll
yeah,
guard his door.
I was gonna say I'm gonna take a watch outside that door.
Oh, outside Maester Dracus's room?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm convinced they're gonna come for him. I'm convinced.
All right.
I've
So
seen
we
some
have
mob movies.
you and Sir Ebelfirth taking watches outside his door. You guys just sleeping normally in your room, right?
Seems to be the case, yeah.
So we have 2 watches. Chen, you can take a first watch if you want to roll a perception check.
Sure. 23.
23. About pretty close to the end of your watch, as you're starting to get pretty tired, sitting there watching a whole lot of nothing for many hours. You would perk up and hear some footsteps approaching. And the torch that is where those footsteps were coming from goes out.
Oh. Can I make like a stealth check to kind of like get out of immediate sight?
Yes.
Okay, do that.
Okay.
15's
You roll a stealth
okay.
check to kind of move a little bit away from the door, around the curve of the tower itself, still on the eyesight of the door, but as quietly as you can. Can you see in? Do you have dark vision?
I don't have dark vision.
Okay, well, 23 is still really good perception check, so you would still hear someone coming up the steps. If you don't do anything, they approach the door. Looks like you wouldn't be able to see them, but you would know that they're there.
If they approach the door, if I like realize they're reaching for the door, I'm gonna step back out into the hall. I'm gonna go, greetings. Can I help
Yeah.
you?
You hear someone scream and something shatter on the ground. I'm sorry. Just bringing some water.
Do you ordinarily go into people's rooms while they sleep?
Yes.
We're not
That
used to
seems
this
like an
level of
odd habit.
service around
What
here.
if you were to wake them?
I'm not supposed to, but I think I just might have. Sorry.
Perhaps you should come back in the morning.
Okay.
If the maester has need of anything, I will bring it to him. Gratitude for your service.
They don't seem to take the opportunity for granted. They say nothing else and flee.
Can I
We're
go?
really not used to the high-end service we get.
I wanna like I don't think that he was up to anything, but I'm gonna like dip my fingers into the water that's spilled. Can I make a medicine check to see if it's poisoned?
Let's see. I would let you make an investigation check.
Investigation. How about survival?
Let me check. Let's see here.
Gather some up. I'll drink it later.
Take a quick look.
I'm very not good at investigation, but I am good at medicine and I'm okay at survival.
And I'm resistant to
For
poison.
this
so.
specifically,
I'm immune to poison actually, so I could just taste it. But since I'm immune, I don't know if I would be able to tell because I'm immune
if
to
you want to
poison.
use survival, you can, but it's only going to let you be aware of any natural hazards.
Right. I'm not trying to detect magical poison. I guess I'm just looking for like.
Okay. Yeah, you can use
I'll
survival.
even
then.
taste it. I'll even taste it. I'm immune to poison, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'll put a dab on my tongue and I'll make my survival check. Oh, a natural one though.
Nice.
Natural 1. This tastes like
Water
some
that's been
sort
on the
of
ground.
water.
Some sort of clear liquid.
It doesn't taste
that's
very good, but it's
some
probably
sort
because
of
it was on the ground.
some sort of mineral in it.
Tastes like
probably
floor.
Not
probably
sure.
tastes like the stone floor.
Not sure. It might be shitty medieval water.
There were definitely whores bathing in this water today.
This is definitely water, for sure in this flagon that was dropped and smashed.
I'm gonna clean up the broken glass.
Okay.
And continue my watch.
You clean it up. It is clay, just for but it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
clean up the clay.
Cool. The end of your watch, if you can go and wake Rebelfirth to come and take over.
I will do that. I will inform him that there was a visitor to the Maester's room in the middle of the night, and that I checked the water to see if it was poisoned, and I do not believe it was poisoned.
I'm not
And I
going to
will go-
ask how he checked the water. I'm just
And I will
Gonna-
go to bed.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll perception checks, Rebelfirth. Wow, really
Buddy.
Ding ding ding.
good. So Sir Rebelfirth, you hear and see everything, which is mostly a cockroach.
Cockroach.
That is
I
all.
like cockroaches.
Nothing else happens throughout your watch. There's probably a couple hours left in the evening before you need to go to bed.
Yeah. When I see the early morning kind of coming, I will. I'll just go back and I'm gonna look at Ricard and Eldritch and Vago all sleeping, and realize that waking up Vago may end in serious bodily harm to myself. And I'm just gonna say.
I'm not sure if Eldridge and Rick are there.
Oh yeah. Well, they could just be coming back, which would be hilarious if I made them pick up guard duty. But
You
I
have
am
no
not-
choice.
That's
up to
true.
them.
I'm not staying all night.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you would be back.
Yeah, I'm just.
So I like to
getting
think
back
I'd come
from
in and be
work.
like, "Oh, you guys are just in time for your duty, for your
I
shift."
mean, Ricard only needs to be there for a couple minutes, so.
Mm,
Sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it to him.
you don't know my
I
virility
couldn't
He's a
resist.
young-
reality.
He's a young man. He'll
He's a
figure it out.
15-year-old man in a
Yeah,
brothel.
well,
Okay?
plus 11. I have
Yeah.
+5 Constitution.
okay, okay.
He pays them by the second, not by the hour.
They paid me.
Yeah, they paid you
Yes.
because they felt bad.
I think your wisdom also needs to be pretty high, but that's just me.
My wisdom is a +5.
There you go. So you can take the final watch if you want to.
Yeah, sure.
Quick
Will
little
not benefit
perception
from
check.
a long rest.
Through my drunk eyes. Perception. 16.
Thanks.
16 is still pretty good.
I mean, that's my dog.
Oh yeah. God.
Poor
Lupin.
Lupin. He's so lonely.
It's really lonely.
Well, no, he was at the guild. I'm sure he's having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm sure he misses you, but he's definitely
yeah.
being entertained.
Yeah.
16 is pretty good. You don't see much. Pretty quiet. The light starts to come in, and a little bit of a headache starts to develop for you, but you'll be all right.
Where's that kid with the water?
Funny story.
Yeah, so you guys wake up. You guys have had a long rest. You'll definitely have breakfast brought to you in your rooms. You're certainly aware. So you could fuel up, and it is break of day. What do you want to do on this fine autumn day at Lannisport?
As soon as Marcus arrives, I say we get on the
We're
road.
heading on out of here, hitting the dusty trail.
Marcus is a pretty prompt dude. He's there pretty early.
I'm
Looks
going
pretty
to...
good, all things considered. Prince, it was good to have revelry with you. New
Yeah,
friends.
It's been too long.
Are there
It
any
was good.
Are there any whores walking normally left in Lannisport, Marcus?
Well, at Fanny's, things are different.
It's important to make an impact everywhere you go.
Agreed. And no one rides a horse after going to Fanny's.
I'm gonna.
Jen is gonna like finally like have an epiphany and go, "Oh, that was a house of courtesans. Why didn't you say so, Eldritch?"
I like to think everyone's slow turning towards Jen. Like,
It is
I
nice.
mean,
It is generous term for those ladies.
yeah. A courtesan's. Do I know what a courtesan is, Max?
Yeah, that's like a fancy
High-class
hooker
hooker.
that can like
no, I know.
can
I just don't
escort
know if
you to
Eldridge
stuff.
knows what that
The
is.
Yeah, he would
courtesans
de-
of Bravos are famous throughout the
Yeah,
entirety of the city
Okay.
and in
He
Westeros.
would definitely know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shen, courtesan is far too generous of a term, but
We're
it's
gonna have to
polite
go
of
to
you
this
say.
Bravo's place. Marcus, let's go.
No.
I suspect we'd be in for a far different experience there, Ricker.
If the money we are making at this rate continues, I am sure you would be able to afford a single night with a courtesan, although it may clear out your bank account.
Whoa.
How much do you think a single night is, Shen?
Oh, it would most certainly number in the tens of thousands of gold, with certainty. The courtesans of Bravos are only courted by the most wealthy of merchants and the sea lords themselves.
I see.
Well,
It's important to have a reputation and maintain it, right?
Indeed.
gonna be mumbling prayers, holding on to my fucking.
Yeah, they didn't have a word for Pilates back then, but that's also important.
Well, shall we get started with the business we have to take care of, lads?
Yeah, let's get underway.
I am
Yeah,
prepared.
what are you guys gonna do?
We head north.
Okay,
Yeah,
are you
gonna
guys
go see
taking
the
a portal
rings.
north, or are you guys
hopefully.
taking horses?
Well, we have the horseman himself. We could probably
You know
get some
that's-
horses.
You're positive that someone will know if you take horses.
We could ask him if we could.
Yeah, but I mean,
some
like, also, it should be fine for us to request some horses, no?
You guys could easily get horses brought to you,
Yeah,
You
so
said that we
bridled
don't
and
have
saddled.
we
ready to
don't have
roll.
a direct portal to that spot or that area.
Not to,
You
not to
have
House
a
Rain.
portal. Yeah, you have a portal onto the Banefort lands that's in Lannistown.
I go for the portal. Nah,
No,
I'll go for the
Fuck
horse.
the plan, says
Yeah.
Jason.
We
Fuck
have
the
to go
plan.
talk to somebody else before
Fuck
we
any
punch
prep
babies.
Max did for us going to House Rain.
Hey,
No, hey, I
Listen.
wanted it to be open world.
Listen,
but,
he-
you know,
he had-
some
he had a-
sessions are limited.
he had a full range of prep when you guys were doing a shopping episode last week. Okay, I'm feeling antsy now.
As a fellow DM, I'm not going to change direction that hard. I'm not going to do that to him.
So we've decided to go to Dorne.
We're going
If
south.
you guys can get there, I mean, your horses aren't going to survive the journey. I can promise you.
That is true. The DM trick is if you don't have the destination prepped, you have a random encounter to slow them down. That is
The alligator.
Kill all their travel.
Yeah.
You're
All the
walking now.
blinkers. All the blinkers.
Now no one's feet work. You have to crawl.
Oh man, my legs.
You're all meatballs.
Yeah, so you guys take some horses. You head out of the city, and you head past. You see Casterly Rock. It's massive, just single mountain right on the coast. You guys continue up, and you see still just a lot of traffic of everything good and grain and pretty much any sort of textile that you can see being brought into the city. Cart paths are just digging trenches in the roads. And you guys can take the path north, and eventually you get onto the ocean road here that continues up the coast. You'll eventually cross over into Rainlands, although it's not like a sign, so you just proceed as normal. And as the day starts to wind down, and the sun starts to set over the Sunset Sea, you guys can see some of the outlines of the mountains of the Westerlands to the east, and you know that the road branches off and heads towards those mountains as Castamere, the um, keep and castle of House Rain, is basically an underground mine. A small little keep on top. It's named for a very famous small lake that sits right at the bottom of these mountains. And you guys approach and you see the sun reflecting off this lake that is the Castamere itself. And you see a small little keep that, doesn't seem very prominent or even notable. But you guys do know that the 90% of this castle is underground.
Oh, cool.
And as you approach, you can see a very nice causeway that branches off towards the Castamere Lake itself and then down towards the entrance to the keep. Is there anything you guys want to do on the way or before you arrive?
No.
So you
I
had a
mean,
whole day of travel. Could have done anything you wanted for, 8+ hours.
Can I perhaps study these creature glands somehow? I've been meaning to do something with these.
I would let you take your time to, are you proficient with any toolkits that would be helpful?
I am proficient with herbalism and tinker's tools.
I will let you take your time with an herbalism kit
Okay.
to take a look and see if there's anything you could ascertain from these glands.
I can give him I can help him with that because I'm also proficient in herbalism kits,
Oh, yeah, sweet.
and
I'd say.
I get advantage on nature checks if you wish.
Nice. So you definitely give him advantage if he wants to do an herbalism check.
Let's do it.
I don't know how useful it'll be, but I'll give it a shot. What stat is herbalism? Is it just my proficiency bonus, basically?
I thought it was just your proficiency. I couldn't find a stat connected to it. Wisdom
Yeah.
was what I was expecting, but I just couldn't find anything.
If it's wisdom, I'll add wisdom too, but that's up to you.
I think that makes sense.
Alright, that makes it a +8.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
19.
You have advantage.
Oh, right. 25.
There you go.
Yeah.
25 is really good. So 25 out of the gate, you know for sure that this is a one of one. This is not a creature that you can tell it exists anywhere else in space and time.
Damn. Space and time.
Reach
broad.
over.
These are highly arcane, magical, and unique ducts, is what they seem to be. Something that produces some sort of fluid. As you do just a little bit of slight examination and manipulation, you see some of that fluid that everyone saw as they were stabbing it. It's very translucent, almost molasses. You see some residue of that, and it seems like these probably produced that.
And they're still producing it, it seems?
They aren't, no. Seems
Oh.
like this, you're just able to see kind of what was left. You were able to gather a little bit of it into, we'll say whatever sort of like little container that you have. And this right here is going to be 2 uses of material components.
I'm gonna
to
write
any
it down
spell.
as brain. Oh shit! I'm gonna write it down as brain creature mucus. Any spell.
Any spell.
You telling me that this is a substitute for 1,000 GP of diamonds?
I'm telling you, this is a substitute for any material component needed
shit.
in any spell 2 times.
Wow.
Holy
And
shit!
if you had
these
an
are valuable.
unlimited source of this, it would be for as many times as you wanted.
Do I have to consume the gland to do
No,
this?
you have to consume the jelly that you scooped out of the gland.
Okay, but I could potentially repeat this harvest.
No, this is
Oh,
this
okay.
is what you get. You get 2.
All
You could
right, I get
you
it.
could repeat it in the other gland if you wanted to.
All
but
right,
it
well,
would-
not today, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Essentially makes the gland much harder to study for anyone else.
Cool. Well, that's
It's
pretty
not
good.
destroyed, but you do manage to scoop this out. It's a high roll.
I'll tuck that
Oh
away.
yeah.
How do I add this to my inventory? Add items. I fucking hate D&D Beyond. Why do I use this?
It's the best. It's the best we have so far.
I'm translating this to Roll20 over the course of
Yeah, that could be 25,000 GP worth of diamonds for a true resurrection.
Yeah.
Once we get 9th level spells.
Any
Yeah.
material components.
Well, namesake of the Wardlow could return.
That's wild, bro.
Have himself a real serious Wardlow.
Yeah, but Shen, the little item goblin, ain't gonna give that stuff up easy.
Uh,
Mhm.
depends who
Anything
dies.
else you guys want to be doing as you take your horse trip up to Castamere?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Sir Ebelfirth for a beginner's lesson about the stranger.
You seek to learn specifically about the darkest aspect of the Seven after ignoring all the others, including my betrothed for
I'm
all
gonna
these
have-
months.
Raj is just gonna hop from shoulder to shoulder and then T-pose at
He
you.
posed
one
at
time.
me. Yeah, I deserve that. What would you like to know about the strain? And I'll go through kind of the cosmology, you know, as opposed to the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit being the same guy. The 7 are aspects of the same.
Yeah, which priests are definitely still good at explaining now.
Yeah, just super logical, not at all confusing. You know. Is there any
Is
specific
there-
aspect you wish to know about?
Offerings and rewards, typical to the stranger.
This is gonna be a red flag for Ebelfirth.
Yeah. One
Hey,
typically does.
how do I quote unquote hail Satan?
Yeah. How do I call the most feared being in existence? You don't really make offerings because the stranger is unknowable, and its wants and needs are unknown. They say the Silent Sisters have come the closest to understanding the stranger. But after bringing one back from the dead, I am pretty certain that they understand as little as I, or any person of the faith. Gaining the attention of the stranger is not generally seen as a positive under almost any circumstances, unless one wishes for the succor of death.
What would
Of
you have
release.
to do to gain the attention of the stranger?
Sounds
You-
like you would have to die.
Yeah, you would have to seek death. You would have to
Is there a
be
way
surrounded by it.
to invite or divert the attention of the stranger to someone else? Other than, and I tap the sword.
I typically work in preventing the stranger from completing its duties, as you well know. But
You're
the
really good at
stranger.
that, by the way.
Thank you. I do what I can, and then I'm just gonna think about Toll the Bells and how it does necrotic damage for a second, and be like, we're not gonna worry about that. And then
No
Uh,
existential
You gotta die
crisis.
Yeah, it's like Lord giveth, Lord taketh away. Um,
What's religion without contradiction?
yeah, right.
Sure.
I would say the 7 of the 7, the stranger is the only one that no one seeks to call, so there is not necessarily a way to push their attention. I could
Sir.
ask my betrothed for more information,
Other than,
but
I would appreciate it if that's within your realm. I would consider that a favor to be returned later of your choosing.
I have one question, if I may, about something that you said, Sir Ubblefirth, about calling to the stranger of the 7.
yes.
You said one would surround himself with death to call upon or get the attention of the stranger. Is there
Yes.
not a lot of death happening below the Banefort and around the Banefort? And if somebody is alive for what they claim to be centuries, could that not be gaining favor of the stranger? Because you've said that the stranger is the one that carries those who are dead into the next life, correct?
If anything, that would probably piss off the stranger.
Yes, I feel that unnatural extension of life is more likely to be an affront, someone avoiding the gaze of the stranger. Though the
What if,
stranger takes no direct action, they just receive you in your moment of dying.
what if
But
they were made to have an agreement with the stranger if they got the favor of them?
I don't think the stranger makes agreements. I've never heard of any person speaking. Then again, I'm gonna think about it. I've never really heard of anyone speaking to the 7 during getting an answer directly, except for myself. So I kind of be like, I
but
guess
you-
there is grounds in the theology for a bit of gray area, but we
But you
know what the warrior wants. We know what the smith wants. We know what the father, the mother, the crone, the
so
maiden.
the stranger is filled with unknown, and surely a lot of you and a lot of us have never seen the type of monstrosities that lay below the Bane Fort. So we've seen a lot of unknown over the last few weeks, Sir Eblefirth.
Yes, I would say we had, but I don't think that if we were to gain the attention of the stranger in some way, um, beyond what I would imagine stalks the battlefields of men and the dying places of the sick, I can't imagine that outcome would be good for anyone nearby. Death is not discriminatory. Death takes what it wishes. Stranger
Well,
takes
it's
what it wishes.
discriminatory if you use a sword.
Yes, you may hasten someone to meet the stranger, but the stranger did not wield your hand.
Well,
Okay.
I will leave you to call upon your fair maiden, if that is what you are doing. Sorry for the interjection there.
I'm just gonna be like, I have to call my girlfriend about about her creepy uncle.
Yeah. Other than the Night Sisters, I think they were called. Is there anybody else that I would talk to about this?
The Silent Sisters.
Yeah.
The Silent Sisters, presumably by the name that did give away, don't speak.
Right.
So,
That's why I was asking about anybody else, because they don't seem very open to questions.
Shen may know more. I've heard rumor of a
Yes, I
house.
spoke to him about his many-faced man.
Yeah.
But
The
I would
House
have
of
to
Black
go
and White.
there and give my body to some kind of ritual or something. I'm not quite sure. But it sounded gross and creepy and a pain in the ass, so.
Yeah, I can ask, but do you have a specific end goal in mind?
This, that, and the other.
Useful. Uh, and
Elbowfirth, it's me. Power. It's always for power.
yeah, that's what I was afraid of. And I'm gonna use while we're walking our horses. Oh God, this is such a waste of this, but this is the only thing I can think to do to answer your question. And there's only a 1 in
Do it.
You gotta
12%
use it once a day
chance.
for something.
I know. I gotta try it at least once a day. I'm going to pray to my betrothed, or basically to all of the 7, including the stranger, for guidance and understanding, enlightenment on the nature of the stranger and life that is unnaturally extended, Max.
Hmm.
Let's see. Oh, that was close.
close.
That was
Pretty
close,
close, man.
boys. That was close. Yeah.
Oh,
So,
man. All right.
Looks like I don't have to roll on my silly Ebelfirth table.
and Ebelfirth gets struck by lightning and meets the stranger firsthand. It's shame as he can't tell anybody.
Did I write this? What is everyone grows dicks out of their head? How drunk was I when I wrote this table?
The Ebelfirth Divine Intervention table is probably going to be one of the greatest.
Dick for eyes? Question mark.
It's gonna hit on the dumbest thing. It's gonna hit on I could really use a beer, and then she's gonna hit on that because I just haven't.
Yeah,
used
ice
it
cold. Mountains will be blue. You'll be the first one. Anyway, you guys arrive to the base of some mountains on the edge of the keep known as Castamere. See that sunlight reflecting off that pool. And you guys can see a pretty substantial guard sitting and waiting. It doesn't seem like you guys are taking them by surprise. The gates are opened, and some people immediately come, offer to take your horses and help you down. And then you see a knight come out with a red lion emblazoned upon his shield. He goes, "Welcome, welcome to Castamere. How may I assist?"
We
Yeah, elbows
are,
for everything.
yeah, we are the Unbroken. We ride to speak with Rob Rain. We are told by a close associate that he may have some interest in our business.
Well, Lord Rain is entertaining just now, but if you were to call on him, please be welcome. You guys
yes.
are allowed to enter into the keep of Castamere. You guys can see there's like a pretty stout wall, a small little tower that seems like it's pretty much just full of guards. There's also a secondary small structure that seems like it is a massive, wide descent. As you guys know that most of this keep is underground. You descend through some huge steps, probably 30 feet wide. It's a ramp at first, and then ultimately steps break off in many directions. And you see huge stalactites and stalagmites as these massive chambers that are obviously formerly worked mines that have been like revenerated over centuries to look nice. And the further and further down you go, the more it seems like recently that they were mines as opposed to more renovated spots. But you guys are also ultimately winded down into some chambers where you're brought into what appears to be just a sitting room. There's refreshments there. The knight that brought you down there says, "Please, wait here until my lord is ready to call for you.
Can do.
Is there anything that we might offer?"
Just water and food for the refreshments from the road. Maybe a moist towel or two.
If your maester is available, that would also be helpful.
We can do that as well. And the general reason for your call?
We are on decree from the crown to see for strange activity north of here.
Roll an insight check. as you see a little bit of a stumble.
13.
Plus
13.
9
You
is
see, he
crazy.
seems a little bit taken aback from what you said. You're not sure which part. He goes, crown business from the things to the north.
Well, we were
We'll
also
send someone
suggested
in. It may take some time.
we. I don't know if I missed something when I was going to the bathroom just now, so this is out of game. But did
Oh
we
yeah, you
decide?
guys were escorted into the rain castle known as Castamere.
Yeah.
You guys let your horses get taken and were offered refreshments. If there's anything that you wanted to do on route to the sitting room, I'll certainly.
Did we
you
decide
out.
that we weren't going to say that we were recommended by
Yeah.
Damon Blackfire to?
Yeah, I didn't say. Who
Yeah,
Oh,
I know.
okay.
Like, we didn't talk about it either. We need, again,
Okay,
one of
well,
those things where we should probably talk about what
well,
our plan is.
well, Vago would definitely chime in at this point and say, I believe we were also recommended on behalf of a Damon Blackfire to seek counsel of Lord Rain.
Yeah, I like that one.
I was kind of okay with being neutral about it, because then we get to see their genuine reaction.
Well, neutral's not
Well,
name dropping the kings.
No,
Yeah.
that's
Genuine
what I mean, though,
reaction
like,
that you
with
saw
to
was
the crown.
nervousness from
Yeah.
this individual, this knight, but you're just not sure which
Which
aspect
way.
he was nervous about, the crown or the Northern Lord issue.
Mhm.
He hears Vago and he seems to
You're
have collected
engaged
himself
in-
a little bit.
Engaged in helping someone gain power.
I shall
Those things would be terrifying.
pass on the word.
Thank you.
It's probably close to an hour before anybody comes for you guys. If you wanted to get antsy or do anything before that, or talk amongst yourselves.
Is there food anywhere?
Yeah, there's absolutely refreshments everywhere.
Can I
Make sure
have...
you
Indulgent for
They're
Uh,
really nice too. It's like really good. And there's like cigars. This is a wealthy house. Their
Max, I want to
refreshment table
send...
is nice. It's basically like a goodie bag.
I want to send Raj to just go and verify that the chest is still there. I'm sure there's enough open tower and castle windows between here and there that he could get there.
He's trying to
Chest.
verify that what is still where.
The chest is still in that tower.
This is not that.
wrong
place.
castle.
Yeah,
Oh,
wrong.
castle.
Different castle.
Oh, my bad. All right, never mind then.
Yeah, that was in the crag. But that would have been fun. You're not sure where that chest is.
Okay, no, I'm just chilling.
So about an hour goes by, and door opens, and you see another individual that doesn't look like they're actually a maester. They have no chain, but they are wearing very similar garb. And they open the door and say, "I was told that you might need some assistance before you visit our lord."
Yes. And you are.
"Oh, my name is Sir Antony."
Sir Anthony. Do you mind if I just call you Tony for short?
"I would appreciate you acknowledge my knighthood. Thank you."
Ah, yes. Sir Tony, bit strange that you're dressed as a maester, no?
Not all of us keep our physical prowess throughout life. As he holds up an arm that he takes out of his robe, and it is a stump.
Just insulting everyone left and right there, Abelfirth.
I'm a lord. I don't give a fuck. Or not a lord yet, but I'm a sir from a high house. These, these guys are. I don't necessarily know who any of these people are.
Doesn't seem like it's the first time this happened to him.
Yeah,
He
that was
seems
gonna
all right.
I asked for a maester. Odd that they would send you, unless you have considered training as a maester in your
Well,
later life.
Certainly had my lessons, more than most. I've learned to write twice, which I could say is certainly more than most individuals. But most of our maesters were caught up with our Lord's visitor.
Your lord's
Your lord
visitor.
has a visitor currently.
Oh
Yeah,
yes,
he's
they're
he's
currently
downstairs.
just now taking their dessert, and I believe they'll see you shortly. Would you like me to escort you?
Kindly.
Anybody of notable interest visiting this evening?
Oh yes, we certainly have a prestigious lord here taking a visit, our Lord of Banefort.
Mm,
Love
He's
it.
here.
a very clean smirk comes over Vago's face.
The
Yes,
Lord of the
look.
Banefort is in this keep currently.
We're going to their chamber shortly.
Ah,
Follow
this.
me, please.
Yes, with haste.
You guys manage to go deeper and deeper. It almost seems like every step you take in this keep is down a descent.
You can start singing a little ditty. It sounds like Rains of Castamere.
Yeah, you go down several large chambers, and they get kind of narrower and narrower as you go. And then you branch off from some of these main chambers into ones that are much more slightly traveled. And you get to a spot where this individual is leading you just outside. And I just want to preface, Roll20 has recently changed their tokens, so I'm doing my best with their minimal selection.
Oh, did they eliminate the some of the free options?
They eliminated most tokens
Oh,
that
that
they already
sucks.
have. They added some really nice upgraded ones. They just want you to subscribe to their shit. So imagine this dude does not have a shield, and he's just a guy wearing regular clothes.
That's weird.
Nice.
All right.
You guys see this hall, and you're brought to a door as he just bows and motions. You see two certainly well-armed guards right at this facade. They notice you guys here, and you guys can hear some distinctive clatter from the inside, some laughter even, as you guys, the door is open for you, and inside you see a very nice tiled floor. It looks like exclusively a formal dining chamber
I'll open the door.
with a large table. And you see at one end a lord dressed in red with the sigil of the Red Lion of Castamere of House Rain. Toward in the center of the table, you see a very familiar figure, which is a pregnant woman wearing seashells in sand upon her breast. And to the far left of the table, you see a very handsome, middle-age-ish. You're not really. So it's hard to tell how old he is, but a very handsome man. Black hair, black mustache, and sigils of a hooded man upon his breast.
Really?
There are guards throughout the chamber, all wearing the three different sigils, and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. They're laughing. And as the doors opened, you hear calls from the individual in the Castamere garb, the House Rain. You presume to be Lord Rob. He goes, "Oh, yes, our visitors. Sorry to keep you waiting. We've been having ourselves quite a fine evening, have we not, Lady Jane?" And you hear her kind of go, "Oh, yes, very, very, very nice.
Can I inside check
Please."
her?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Yeah,
So you
I'm
guys
also gonna do
walk
that.
into the room.
You said
Let's
his name was Lord
go.
Rob?
Lord Rob Rain.
He do be looking like Rob Stark
That's because it is
Um,
Rob Stark.
though.
This is definitely fan art of Lord Rob Rain, so it's blame it on that guy. Ebelfirth, you feel like you've just walked into people that are like a jovial dinner. Seems like people are generally having a good time, especially the Lord who just introduced himself. And Rickar, you can tell that Lady Jane is absolutely lying, and she is terrified. She's doing an uh, Academy Award-winning job at pretending that she's not. But you are able to see through it.
Okay.
Blissfully unaware of what Ricard has observed, I will bow slightly.
May I please introduce our Lord Morgan Bainford VII. Nice surprise visit. Lady
guy?
Jane of
Yeah.
House Westerling. And of course, welcome to my home. I'm Lord Rob Rain. Esteemed visitors.
Greetings, Lord Rain. I'm going to press my fists together and give a deep bow. It is an honor to be accepted into your household.
I would imagine so. It's quite something, is it not? I had all these tiles hand-fired and brought in from Volantis. We may be underground, but we live lavishly, don't we? Would you join me in another cup of wine, Lord Morgan? Kind of leans in. He hasn't said anything yet, and he just nods. He looks
Yes,
over to you all.
Truly a glorious structure you have here. It almost reminds me slightly of Legends from Home.
Well,
Pleasure to meet both of you, lords.
where might that home be?
Well, I hail from...
Lorath?
Yes, the land in Essos, Lorath.
Oh, Lorathi. Well, you are some distance away from home. What brings you to my keep?
Well, my traveling companions currently asked for a little bit of aid in the meantime while some of their companions left, but just
We
here
had
for the
wished-
ride so far.
We had wished to seek your counsel on a rather sensitive and private matter, Lord Rain.
Well, I think you've come to the correct spot, as my Lord Bainforge and I were just discussing our common ability to see around corners. Seems to smirk, kind of dickishly at Lord Bainfort.
I see. Is it perhaps not a good time, Lord Rain? Maybe we
No,
should
this is an
confer later.
excellent time. Would you prefer some refreshments or something to eat?
I think
for
that
one, am famished.
that may be a good idea.
Indeed. He waves towards the keep or the help, and they bring you guys over some bread and some shrimp and some local, seafood and some wine.
I will eat.
Knowing the customs, I will
And
eat
I
as
am
well.
now protected under guest right. And I'm
Well,
immune to poison.
Is everyone going to eat?
I look to see what Sir Ebelfirth is doing.
Max, I would know. I already ate refreshments in the keep, but not in their presence.
Yeah, that's what
Does
I'm.
that qualify as guest right already?
As far as you're aware, yeah, you were given all the food, and this keep is owned by the Lord. The Lord has given you food.
So
Nah.
I will not eat because I find it distasteful to break bread. I'm not going to say this out loud, but distasteful to break bread with the Lord.
Max, I think I got a raid on this out of game, but to not metagame. I'm going to make an insight check to see if I can understand the dynamic between Lord Bainford and Lord Rain here.
Okay, you can go ahead and roll an insight check as you walk in onto this interesting dinner.
A
I'm
perfectly
gonna look
average
at,
14.
yeah.
Yeah, 14 is not bad. You are able to discern that Lord Rain has probably designed this interaction on purpose.
Like for us to be here?
Doesn't seem like he's surprised by anything that has happened thus far.
How the hell did he know we were coming?
I will not eat the food,
Blackfire told him.
as
Oh yeah.
Sir Ebelfirth has not eaten the food, from what I have seen.
I'm gonna eat the food.
I'm gonna look at Lady Jane and say, did Sir Brian not make the trip?
At this, Lord Bainport will speak. Oh, Sir Brian, yes. We did discuss his ambitions, did we not, my lady? She kind of nods. Yes, we did.
So,
And Lord Rob kind of leans back, goes, yes. Seems as though Sir Brian has been punished for his upward mobility, at least his attempts. Sir Brian has been hanged.
is
How
that
does
Lord?
Sir,
Is
does
that
Sir Peckleton stand in his place then?
I can't say Sir Peckleton would be my first choice.
It
But-
is my understanding that he and Lady Westerling have a trustworthy friendship, do they not?
Oh, indeed, but a woman's trust is hardly the only requirement to run a keep and lands as ancient as House Westerling. I'm sure you would agree. We will make sure that our future Lord Westerling, he motions to her stomach, is well taken care of.
Can I insight
I've
check
offered
that?
Lady Jane company here, Castamere, until she is ready to birth our new lord.
And this
Can
is
I-
Morgan saying that?
I see.
No, this is Lord Rob Rain.
Okay.
Can I insight check what Rob Rain just said?
Absolutely.
I think
I'm
I
gonna
like the cut
say,
of his jib.
yeah, I'm gonna say, yes. Hopefully, this heir has a much healthier, longer life than his predecessor. So sometimes you never see the threats when they're right in front of you.
Indeed.
I'm sure your
Seeing the
brothers felt the
care
same
put
way.
into the architecture of this keep, I am sure that it is much better designed against accidents.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll an
stairs are
insight check as well, Shen. As Bago, you don't pick up much. You feel like Lord Rob Rain seems pretty comfortable.
Stairs do seem to be the natural enemy of the maester.
Shen, you feel like you get a little bit of a quick smirk. Not on Lord Bainfort, but on a face tattooed dwarf not far behind him.
That son of a bitch, he did the maester in.
So, you had stated that you have a keen observation and ability to see around a corner, so you must know why we are here already.
Well, I've
Or is
certainly heard rumors and tall tales of the Unbroken and their prowess. We heard you were in the Westerlands, attempting to maybe perhaps ride the coattails of Damon Blackfire, no less.
Surely, somebody who has never met this Damon Blackfire speaking. I could not say that I am riding anybody's coattails, actually, as we are not claiming to take any partial fame for what Damon Blackfire has done.
It is my understanding that Damon Blackfire has visited sites that traditionally were previously visited by the Unbroken. Some could say that the relationship is the other way around.
Well said. Tell me,
I'm
what might the Unbroken have left undone in the Red Mountains of Dorne?
the snake. I'm going to remove my helmet at this point, to kind of give them a full look at my visage, and say,
She says.
yeah. What was left undone was a minor quibble compared to the evil of the Vulture King. You can imagine we
No
have
doubt.
seen many kings self-proclaimed and bear the scars from their removal. If the cleanup is not something we can do, must aim for larger game, as you can imagine.
You hear a pointed voice from Lord Bainfort's, almost barely just talking over his wine goblets. I'd very much like to hear what happens with another king. Seems as though his resolution was destruction.
Real quick, just to remind me, Max, what's the current state of Ebelfirth's house? Is his dad is still like alive, but he's gone like radio silent. That's the general accepted story.
That's how everyone imagines it. Yes,
Okay, but
and
his
all of his brothers
are thought to be dead.
all assumed dead.
So Ebelfirth is effectively the heir to House Broom.
Ebelfirth is the heir to the House Broom. Absolutely.
I'm as Lord Bainford references another king, I'm going to blink slightly confusedly at Sir Ebelfirth and say, "Isn't there to be only one king that currently oversees the throne?"
There is, but there are many self-styled pretenders. We've been, in fact, running into a lot of pretenders. People pretending to be all manner of things. Lords, kings,
Fucking meatballs.
House
Knights?
Broom members. And I will look at the Lord of the Banefort.
Oh, right.
Distinctly.
Seems to. We'll keep you on your 16. It seems as he keeping his cool. Seems like he's not unfazed by anything you said. Seems like he's still awaiting some sort of answer as he is looking directly at you.
What is it exactly you speak of, Lord Bainfort?
Oh, well. You see, it was another king of the Narrow Sea. I was told via Raven that you were involved in some sort of eruption.
Is this
Lord
Raven?
Bainfort to
We
say
all
that
know
there is...
now what's happened to Groundlands. They are. Pardon me, my fellow lord, but how else can I say it? Fucked. They are fucked.
Apologies, Lord Bainfort, but to suggest that there is another king in the lands of the Seven Kingdoms, is that not considered inappropriate in your culture? Forgiveness, I am from a foreign land and don't understand your politics well, but I believe that some may call that treasonous.
Indeed, I believe that is most likely why they sent your group after him. You are highly intelligent. Sir.
Is he talking to me? Max?
Hmm?
Is he talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, apologies, but I am not a knight of this land, but you may call me Shen.
Shen. Very observant indeed.
I'm just gonna eye him for a little while. I'm going to say, why is it that you are so interested in what happened in the East?
I care much. We have a new king. I wish to see him succeed.
Oh, I'm gonna insight check
Appears
that.
he has been
Inside check the hell
put a
out
lot of
that.
trust into this group.
Fucking son of
Sevens.
a bitch.
Sevens.
All right.
Damn it.
Get out
He
of the
is
way. Get
hard
out of the
to
way.
read.
Read him, Ebelfirth. Read him.
Oh,
Yeah.
25, boy. A 25, baby.
I have 3 older brothers. All I do is read lies. Hey, after you read this, your mustache will grow. Yeah, sure, brother. That's all I do.
Out of everyone, Ebelfirth, you are the only one that's able to perceive another slight smirk in his brow as he wishes for the king's success.
Yes, the houses must stick together, even the old ones, and even the ones who have befallen tragedy, like deaths of heirs and loss of maesters. Seems to be a bit of
Haven't we all?
seems to be a plague of that here of late.
Man, you
But
guys really love beating
you,
around the bush.
you, Lord Banefort, seem to be immune to such misfortune.
Oh, hardly. In
Oh?
fact, without your house's help, Lord Broom, don't imagine we would have made it past this last tax season.
Yes, speaking of which, who is currently standing for House Broom, if you don't mind my asking?
Oh, this is a bit awkward.
He called you Lord Broom, Sir Ebelfrith. Is that not significant?
It is, but I'm not acting. I am not there. I am not the Lord. I am not acting as Lord. I'm wondering who's acting, who's
Well,
running.
what I'm saying out of
Well,
game is that if he
Yeah,
called you Lord, he's implying your dad's
everyone,
dead.
everyone's dead.
He's
Everyone's
implying
dead.
your dad's
Yeah.
dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware. I've essentially.
It is common courtesy to refer to a lord's heir as his title. Your father, last I saw him, was in his seat.
Forgive another question, Lord Banefort, but isn't it peculiar for a lord in your type of position to take such interest in the provinces neighboring his own?
I will forgive you, as it is not. We're in Westeros. Our houses run deep. Our roots stretch and are old. Many who were once a Banefort are now a Lannister or a Broom or a Westerling. This is the nature of steady growth.
So,
Is there any particular purpose behind this steady growth? Perhaps are you seeking aid to help with this steady growth? Is there some end goal that you have in mind that you're looking to acquire so much growth and
For the glory of one's house, I feel was a sentiment in the age of heroes, and is one today. He raises his goblet, and Lady Jane and Lord Rob both raise theirs. Yes, indeed, for the glory of one's house.
and I will
Hey.
kind of.
can I insight check that?
Yeah, for sure. But it seems like they're pretty
That's pretty.
pretty
yeah, much what he
lustily,
wants.
pretty pumped about it.
So
Yeah, I guess
because
I'm
you've
wrong.
been such a great friend, or because House Broom has been such a great friend of you, I suppose it would upset you to know that the bodies of my brothers were recovered from the bay, and that, when examined, were found to not be my brothers at all.
Roll a persuasion check.
Okay, this would be a time to roll a.
Oh.
God, terrible.
God damn it.
They all, Lord Banefort seems to feign some sort of confusion, points to Lord Rain, and Rob speaks. I'm not sure what you mean. Won't you speak plainly?
We should
I'll
also
help
speak
you.
plainly.
I'll step up and I'll say, I can assure you he speaks the truth, my lords. I performed the examination myself. I performed both autopsies. And I'll make a persuasion roll.
I mean, it wasn't less of an autopsy. You just took a metal off them, right? Like a
I'm,
I
I'm,
s-
amulet.
I'm trying to help.
Yeah,
Well, just tell him.
17.
I mean, technically, I think I still have one of the metals because I
I would
only
hope
gave
so.
one to Squirsh. There should have been 3.
Well, what do you think happened? Clearly, you've been investigating this. Lord Rob Brain seems almost a little upset.
Well, surely lords who have the keen sense to see around corners should already know the answer to that question, right?
I don't think this is the place to get snarky, Vago.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna
Well,
ignore.
I'm confused here. Because you say to speak plainly, but there's a lot of not plains being spoken.
I will
Say
speak
what you
plainly
will.
about what I discovered. There
Yeah.
were several magical artifacts attached to the bodies of, and I'm going to air quotes, Sir Ebelfirth's brothers. Once removed, their corpses reverted to different shapes and forms. Some sort of magic was performed to create impostors. I know not why, but Lord Banefort, they came into that battle at your side, did they not? Did you notice they were perhaps acting strange before the battle? Anything you might have noticed about them?
Swirls his wine a little bit. This is disturbing.
Can
It
I
sure
insight?
is.
I think now the only thing I would find unusual would be the athleticism and gallantry of Sir Eckhart. Not one to speak ill of the dead, but not all of Sir Ebelfirth's brothers were esteemed warriors. But they did all die next to me in battle, saving Lannisport. I
I'm-
rode with them.
and I am here to tell you that you are mistaken. And I
Hmm.
fear that someone has designs on House Broom's lands and funds. Surely you've worked so closely with them. Who do you imagine would have such negative feelings? Who would have to gain the most?
If I were to speculate, which is not my nature, the death of or displacement of your father and mysterious recovery of these bodies by yourself that seemed to have been at the bottom of the sea, and you recovered the right ones, your 3 brothers. I would certainly not lay these claims, but Sir Ebelfirth, you seem to benefit the most.
I benefit the most from telling you that my brothers are not dead.
You
By
benefit
telling
the
you,
most from no males being alive in your house, but you still having a stone to grind. Yes,
I find it
of
odd that you
course.
think
As tragedy has made us all think slightly unusually. Certainly not lay these claims at your feet.
Apologies, but if
chime
Sir
in.
Ebelfirth was attempting to seize power, as you're implying, why would he attempt to disprove the death of his own brothers?
This is not me to judge. I simply answered your question. If I was an outsider, who would it look like is benefiting most?
someone
But
whose debts were recently repaid. Perhaps. From the coffers of House Broom. Perhaps.
Hmm.
Someone who has proximity to House Broom. Even.
You, everyone in the room feels an immediate tension as all the guards in the current room fidget a little bit,
I'm gonna lean
as
forward
well
at
as
this
someone
point.
that you may have not been paying as much attention to in the corner that's just been wearing a hood and seems unarmed.
I'm gonna look at the lady in the center, and I'm gonna be like, "You ever get fucked in the mouth by a bat?"
Oh my god. I slap
Yeah.
Eldritch in the face.
Lord Rob Rain stands
I'm gonna
up.
punch
Excuse
Eldritch
me.
in the other arm.
Because I did in the bottom of his castle.
I think this is quite enough.
Apologies, Lord Rain. Eldritch, perhaps you should wait outside.
What can I say? I am a bastard.
I think that wise.
I
Apologize, Lord Rain.
will
They call us
hop
the
on over
Unbroken,
here.
not the Mannered.
Forgiveness, please. He is not used to formal functions.
And you, he
I
points to
disagree with that
Serval
sentence.
An anointed knight. You sounded very close to laying some serious accusations. I certainly hope you have some proof, as our Lord of Banefort, house ancient in name, stands here in front of you.
Evidence is being gathered in several
Max,
places.
Real
in the
quick, I
presence
want to
of...
say, sorry, I just want to say I'm trying to head towards the Ravens. I want to be able to send a letter to the king.
All right, you know that 90% of this castle is underground. So you are going to have to go back up to basically the entrance.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is like the
alright,
worst castle for sending a message.
I'll wait at the door then. I'm gonna
Uh,
listen for bullshit.
I'm just gonna say, evidence is being documented as we speak. And we have seen much that makes me uneasy. Human
Say
experiments.
what you will, as Lord Banefort stands up.
Human experiments in the woods outside Peckleton lands. Beasts made of flesh, amalgam, made into one. Horrible things. Beasts you couldn't imagine. Things I have not seen on Knoll crusades, nor in killing vulture kings, nor in slaying dragons under Dragonstone. Horrors I had not imagined. And I see all those things in lands north of here. Lands that are considered cursed by most. Although I do not think it is just pure superstition any longer, I think there is someone seeking curses. Banefort lands.
Sir, Ebelfirth, I fear you may have been having too many late-night stories of House Banefort.
Calling you a liar.
Who's this? Is this Bane? Um.
Lord
whatever.
Banefort is speaking, yes.
Apologies, Lord Baneford, but I can verify everything this man says, as will any member of the Unbroken. We
And
fought those monsters.
let us
as he
see
says.
something that you've taken.
I'll take
And
out the gland and I'll slam it down on the table.
The bad one, right?
as
Yeah, the
every
one I already
lord's
harvested.
duty is to make right his lands. I will seek out this evil you claim to have found and destroy it.
That evil seemed to be below your keep.
And it knew you, Lord Banefort. It spoke your name.
Oh,
It did. It knew you. It knew you well. I will never forget that voice as it spoke in my head.
Let's speak more plainly.
indeed.
What is your desire for the realm?
What are your accusations of an ancient house with much influence and power, boy?
I don't have any accusations besides I worry for the future of the realm. The things that I've seen I don't
As
like.
do we all.
So tell me, what do you wish to do? What do you wish to do with your power and all these things that you're talking about? These people, and I gesture around and I point to the guy, the hooded person. What are you gonna use? What are you gonna do with all this power?
He takes one of the jars of wine and pours himself another goblet and sits back down, puts his leg up. It is for the glory of my house.
Simply as that, your house.
For the
That
glory
is
of your
where my
house.
allegiance lies, as
At
I'm
any-
sure Lord Rain and Lady Westerling will attest.
What about what would she attest to?
That is what they would do.
Apologies, but do not all the lords of Westeros swear fealty to their lord paramount and then in turn to the king?
No doubt we remember our vows, and I think House Lannister has a long memory as well.
And what are those vows?
No, to our liege lord and to the king.
What's the current king's name? Is it
Daron.
Daron the Second.
Or
Darren?
the second.
And I say, so Daron the Second.
Oh, indeed. Long may he reign.
I'm gonna take this opportunity
Okay, Scar.
to look at
Yeah,
Rob
right.
Rain. I'm gonna take this opportunity to look at Rob Rain and say, God, this guy's gonna be such a fucking charismatic asshole.
Can I also, while he's doing that, insight check what Lord Banford just said about the king?
We're pretty
Sure.
sure he wants to kill the king. at
Oh
this
yeah,
point.
yeah. But I
yeah.
can't role play that I know that he wants to kill the king. If I don't know the facts, you know.
Eldritch, awesome. Vago, you can catch a little bit of what sounds like indifference.
Sounds like indifference. Great.
I'm gonna move over to
Perhaps-
Ebelfirth.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah. Well, I'd move up to the table.
Okay. I want to like whisper in your ear as quietly as I can, Sir Ebelfirth, and go, "Are you not of stature to issue a challenge to that man, if you wish?"
I certainly am. I will just kind of walk a little closer to the Lord of the Banefort and turn and look to Lord Rain. Lord Rain, it is in my gifts of the seven. Try and ensure honesty around me.
Oh shit.
It will do no harm to anyone, but it does require a bit of concentration on my part. And it doesn't always guarantee that someone will be honest, but I will know if they are not affected by my presence. I, being inside Castamere, would ask your permission. Get some clarity in this situation. Perhaps, if we were to speak honestly, the Lord of the Banefort and I, we could find who this treacherous person is in the Banefort lands.
I think honesty would be best. Yes, I'm sure my lord would agree.
Perfect. And I'm gonna cast Zone of Truth. This guy's gonna
Okay.
be such a charismatic bastard, and I fucking hate it. But I hope he rolls a natural one.
Okay.
Zone of
Where are
truth.
you casting it?
Zone of truth.
It's centered on me in a 15-foot bubble.
15 foot
radius.
bubble. Okay.
Do you pick the targets, or is it just everybody?
It's everybody.
Anyone inside of it.
Wisdom, right?
Okay.
No charisma.
Oh.
Vago and Shen will
I
both have to
pass.
go ahead and roll.
Yeah. Shen can lie in my. Shen is allowed to lie. I know he has failed. Vago
I'd be
also
happy
can
if you
lie.
do, baby.
Vago also succeeds. Lady Jane fails.
Oh, that could be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lord Banefort fails, but succeeds.
Legendary
Fucking
resistance.
Legendary resistance. And I will turn and look at lock eyes with the Lord of the Banefort. And I will say, unfortunately, I know, like my companions, you are strong-willed, and thus I have not The Seven have not granted me the ability to straighten your tongue. And to be honest with me, it is unfortunate. Lady Jane, do you feel safe around the Lord of the Banefort?
I feel as if I'm in the Lord's presence, no harm will come to me.
No harm will come to you.
What
Which
about
Lord?
if you are not in his presence?
A woman has her fears.
And do you fear him?
I fear many things, as I feel is natural. And Lord Rao looks over and goes, yes, it's true.
Spoken
if-
like a true noble.
Why
Do you
were
You think your son died of natural causes, Lady Jane?
Her only child is in her belly. Her nephew, which was
Nephew.
her husband's nephew, basically died.
Yeah. Do you
He
think your
was-
nephew died of natural causes?
He was sick for so long. We were not surprised.
he was
But
being
so
poisoned?
you think he died of natural causes? You have no qualms about the death of the child.
I wish it was still here.
Do you ever feel that Sir Brian was being compelled by another to do you harm, to lock you in your quarters?
I feel Sir Brian was influenced by several. Was not himself for some time.
And who do you think was influencing Sir Brian, if you had to take a guess? Or if you had such knowledge?
I think that there was one individual, pale hair, and then also yourself.
That's fair. We did influence him. I'm not saying that out loud, but in my head I'm like, that's fair. Yeah. Who's the pale-haired person? Is that oh shit, Bloodraven?
No, those are the slender,
Just
pale,
those general spellcasters that we kept
elf-like
Oh, yeah.
creatures
The creepy
Mm.
ones, yeah.
that you've only spotted at Banefort's beck and call.
Weren't there literally Banefort soldiers in?
Yeah, there were.
Just
Right.
those dudes, just those pale dudes. The other ones were Westerling
And who do you
men.
think commanded the pale individual?
I only saw him once. I didn't get to speak to him nor ask.
Avoid the question.
It would only be a guess. Be foolish for me to assume I would know.
I would say a mother's intuition is one of the strongest things around. The Seven teaches us this.
And once I'm a mother, I'm sure I will have it.
Do you fear anything bad happening to your child once it is born?
Always. It's a hard world. I'll tell him of his father's bravery.
What happened to the father?
You guys
he
witnessed
dead?
his entire party get slaughtered by gnolls. Well, at least you found their corpses.
Okay, that's what I figured. Do you and he passed away in the Knoll Crusades.
Will first the Zone of Truth move with you? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's centered on. I create a magical zone in description, 15-foot, point of my choice. So,
Can you make it hit this guy?
if I centered it on myself, in theory, no, I can't move that far to him.
Okay.
But I could turn and say, "Sir, step forward." Is that a Banefort guard?
It is.
Step forward so that I may address you properly.
I would appreciate you allow me to address my men.
Oh, surely he'd like to approach, so may I ask him a few questions?
Apologies, Lord Bainford, but you've asked us for proof and evidence. We are merely attempting to provide what you have requested.
What I see so far is nothing but parlor tricks and pressure. Have you something to accuse, or have you not?
Trying to look
I'll
at.
let Ebelfirth take the lead on this. This is his big bad, his personal enemy.
Yeah.
Shall we ride to Yellow Hill? Speak with your lord father? He might reprimand you properly,
God,
as I'm growing
damn.
impatient with these accusations.
How dare you bring up his dad?
It's funny, I have not been able to speak to my father in some time.
You know what's funny is I sent a raven to your father to congratulate him on the birth of his fourth son. I don't really feel like I'm getting a lot of recompense for my good nature.
It's a shame. I feel as though the wounds of my flesh and the strange beings I found in the woods outside of your fort tell me that recompense is the last thing I wish to give you, Lord Bainford.
I hear plenty of tall tales of your half-finished deeds and your chaos in your wake. I'll not allow you to bring down the Westerlands. Now, you will tell me what it is you need, or I will enjoy the rest of my evening with Lord Rob.
Malik would have cut this guy in half like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't need huge curses. What I would like is to address your man face to face.
He's not protected by guest, right? This isn't his house. We can do whatever we want to this guy.
Well,
Lord Rain is protected.
Yeah, but we'd be breaking his.
I haven't eaten anything.
Oh shit.
Just have your man step forth.
Stone Cold Stunner!
Lord of the Banefort.
I believe we've indulged you quite enough.
Here, I hear.
I don't know. Like, what are we trying to do here?
I'm waiting for the inevitable. I'm waiting for Pat to issue the challenge because I know
that's
the only way this is gonna.
Unfortunately, Zone of Truth, he can tap dance around it. He just can't lie.
I believe it is time for us to enjoy the rest of our evening. My lord had dessert planned. Isn't that right? Lord Rob stands up. Indeed, I did have some desserts being prepared.
So,
if there was nothing further.
Have you lords no worry about any of the monstrosities that we speak of that we have found in the Westerlands and have fought? Is there no concern that this is a growing darkness that is overviewing your lands here? Some even under some of your lands.
We have great concern. And that is why we're here.
So do you have a plan to eradicate these things then? And perhaps maybe you need help? Is that...
I understand you are not from here, but lords do not typically bestow all of their plans and knowledge to anyone who comes knocking.
What about agents of the crown, sent specifically to aid the land with just such problems?
If the crown were to send us a request, we would oblige. If you have some ambiguous accusation you'd like to lay forth, do so. Otherwise, I would prefer you keep the king's peace.
Lord Bainford, I charge you with the disruption of the orderly running of the kingdom by conducting illegal experiments or overseeing them in your lands in the woods just outside the Peckleton lands. I challenge you to clear these claims or draw weapons.
stands up, looks at you, puts down his goblet. A duel. Slowly takes up his hand, takes off his glove one finger at a time, holds it up, and throws it at your feet.
The gauntlet is laid down, boys. Let's go.
I accept.
Duel.
And we're gonna pick up next week. See what
Damn, I
happens.
was really
to
hoping
Sir
I was gonna start a
Elberfrith.
fight with my fucking one line.
You almost did. You were this close, but it
Damn
would have
it.
been with Rob Rain, and
I've been waiting for that Tyrion Lannister style challenge, Pat. I've been waiting. For it.
I know. I
Finally.
was trying to. I was basically trying to bully him into like outbursting when I was questioning Lady Jane to just be like, "Shut up, wench" or something. But he's too.
Yeah.
He's too controlled.
Are you gonna appoint a champion, or are you gonna fight him?
I haven't decided yet.
Well, you have a whole week, and we'll see.
I don't even know who the best option is. I mean, it's either
Fuck,
you
man.
in single combat. You've got many options. It's pretty much anybody but Rickar, because he's not a single combat boy. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who'd be the best in a 1v1.
Why am I not
Probably-
a
Yeah,
single
I
combat
mean-
boy?
It's not me.
I
bro.
mean, you would be if you
Because you're
had,
a sneaky backstabby boy.
yeah. If it's just someone locked in a 10x10 spot, then yeah,
Yeah, but I
but
have
if it's-
uncanny dodge.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you have it. You have
You
options.
wouldn't be able to get your sneak dice.
I feel like
That's
it's Shen because he can force through a bunch of con saves and then he can just stun and beat to death somebody, and he's the
Yeah.
only one with any hope of passing wisdom saves.
Yeah.
Well, the
I
upside
think it would
is-
probably be pretty obvious to all of you at this point that politics do matter.
Yeah.
And if you were supposedly to challenge a high-ranking lord with some random foreigner and beat him up, there would certainly be a victory if you won, but also thoughts from others.
Yeah. Well, let's roll it just to see what
What
would
would the
happen.
politics
Well,
be
in
like
the-
if we
in
rolled
the-
out
I
of
mean,
this castle?
There's going to be ripples from what you've just done, regardless.
I mean,
We'll
well, in the
see
eyes of
what it
the
is.
gods, isn't like a trial by combat considered like honored as the law? Like if like whoever
Well, yeah,
that
but
will further is
wouldn't-
basically challenging
seven.
him in the capacity of like House Broom is accusing House Baneford of, he's saying
More or
like you
less.
have wronged my house. I charge you with this.
More or less, that is how people would probably see it. Yep.
Yeah.
Question here though: if Sir Ebelfrith does champion, couldn't Sir Baneford do a champion?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, typically, wouldn't. Okay, so I think the way that it would work, if I'm remembering the show right, is the accuser only gets the right to a champion if the accused takes a champion.
No, it's always.
Always.
You can always appoint a champion?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, old people get accused of crimes too, and people that are handicapped get accused of crimes.
Well, I'm saying, like, if you are accused, you can choose to have a champion, but if you are the accuser, you may only use a champion if they use a champion. I think that might be.
No, yeah, you can accuse someone. You can have the crown or the church accuse someone.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I could request what
Yeah,
did they do? Like
it's
twice a trial
traditionally
of the
evidence
seven?
based until the defendant requests a specific type of trial.
I mean, technically, we don't have the bodies quite yet, but we could do a trial of 7, which hasn't happened at this point since Duncan the Tall.
That would be pretty fucking epic.
Put him through a trial of 7? What would that even?
Well,
oh man,
it's
that'd be
7 on
7
7.
7 of us versus 7 of them.
That'd be
So,
so cool.
It's a holy trial. that
Marcus,
has
yo,
not happened.
Marcus.
In
We got
in
another
world,
job for you.
in world, it hasn't happened because Dunk doesn't exist. It hasn't happened since Magor the Cruel.
Yeah, it hasn't.
Oh.
It basically hasn't happened since 42 AC.
Dude,
Can we
dude,
find a way to make this happen?
But
We
dude,
need to find
there's
2
Just-
boys.
there's
just a
only
player,
5
yeah.
of us,
Yeah.
and then we get Marcus, and then there's only 6, dude.
Well,
We need
I
one
mean,
more guy. Who will stand
I
with us?
might have to get
Rob-
Malik.
I think Rob Rain. Might
Malik could fly
be
in on Revan. Fairmarket's not that far from here,
Could
actually. It's not that
Pretty
far.
happen.
Maybe a day's flight on Revan.
Yeah, you
It's
could
just
definitely make it in a
Malik,
day.
Malik and Ed just show up.
Oh, fuck. That'd be sick.
Well, I'll let you guys
Dude,
think about
hey,
it.
Or we
man,
can
man,
bring my griffin.
Possibilities.
The Does my griffin count?
Dude, who knows, man? Maybe a guy in a floppy hat
Mordecai!
comes on in.
Yeah,
Or
right.
West shows up, he's back.
That's
He
Lord
shoots
Bainford's
Lord
champion is
Bainford in the
West.
face.
Yeah.
No,
Oh no.
Lord Bainford's champion is West,
Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was gonna say. He's a bad
and
boys.
guy
his
if he
gun
shows
shoots
back
more
up.
than bullets now.
Yeah, boys, I want you to start sharpening your weapons because I'm issuing a challenge of the 7
That'd be
because
so cool.
that's so in character that it's not even fucking funny.
That's true, yeah.
That's
But
awesome.
dude, who are your boys gonna be, dude?
I think I could ask Rob Rain to be like, "You got 2 beat sticks? I need 2 beat sticks. Like, just give me your bullet sponges, basically." I feel like Rob Rain would be like, "Yeah, I could find some guys who would." He doesn't
I
like
like
the Lord
that you
of the
guys are
Bainford either.
excited about your team. I just want you to remember that there is another team.
Yeah.
How many super tough guys can the Lord of the Banefort really drum up?
Well, they probably don't die, which is a downside.
Oh,
You've
they'll
personally
die.
faced, I mean, you guys are accusing him and have accused him of being
a
the
necromancer,
mastermind
basically.
of several different very powerful individuals that have almost killed your whole party on their own.
I don't think we're saying he did all that stuff, but I don't know.
Well, I think yeah.
We'll see what happens. I'm excited. I'm glad you guys went this route.
Yeah.
I honestly thought you guys were just gonna say fuck it and attack the Banefort.
Thought about it.
I thought
That's
about
what
it real hard.
I was legitimately saying this is what they're actually gonna do.
We would have died if we had gone in there after that brain fight. If you guys had gone
I
along
mean-
with the brain like and sided with them, we probably would have attacked the Banefort. But after the brain fight, we would have died for sure.
Well, you guys can have another portal onto Banefort lands if you'd like, but we'll see what happens after this accusation that I'm not sure you can come back from.
Yeah, guys, I just want to point out the last guy of the Faith's champions in the last time there was a trial of the 7, one of the losers was Dickin Flowers. So just just remember, don't be
well,
Dickin Flowers.
We'll
Let
let you
me-
guys think
Let me
on your
reclaim
strategy.
the flower's name tomorrow or next week. Then.
Oh no, no more Flowers name. Sorry, little bastard.
Eldritch is a flower, right?
He
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just-
Sometimes I
All
gotta
right,
remind
fellas.
everyone that I am a bastard.
All
Yeah.
right.
Glad everyone could make it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys' flexibility. Talk to you later.
Oh yeah.
See you guys next week.
See ya.
Later, boys.